Hello, everybody, friends and enemies, heroes and villains. Welcome to a very not so new, but show that it's been around for a while. The news and stories of the paranormal. I am your host, Epic Realms. I am joined today by a very special guest. The one, the only, the Blind GM. Or you might also know him as the Blind Heathen, right? Right?
Yeah. Got more followers on than I do on the Blind GM. So yeah.
So there we go. So if you're into paranormal stuff, into heathenry, is that a word? Heathenry?
He, heathenry is the term.
Heathen ariocracy? I don't fucking know.
Heathen Ariana Grande. Why not?
Yeah, well, I'd be down for that. I watch videos of that all day. That being said, everybody, welcome on in to the news and stories of the paranormal. We will read you news and stories of
Paranormal.
Yes, there we go. I'm like, well, we didn't practice this at all, but I was like, he'll get it. I'll just wait long enough. Eventually, he'll say the word. Say the word.
See, I was tempted to just let it go and then hope you had like a crickets background. It's just
I have that. Does that count?
Oh, record scratch. I love it.
Yeah. Or, when we really go off the rails, we get the... Oh, hello? Hello? Sorry. We screwed things up.
Sorry.
We completely messed things up, and now we're going to get fired, and the show will happen no more ever again.
Aww, I would be bummed if I was the guest and it was the last show. Like, I would feel genuinely bad about it.
Sorry. That was the only other one I had there.
Killing me, Smalls.
You're showing your age with that phone hand gesture. This one? That one?
Yes.
Why is
Yeah, this is now it's either this or this. Like OG Star Trek.
Is it OG Star Trek or is it The Undertaker?
Given today's theme, let's say Undertaker.
The Undertaker. I should have gotten the toll of the bell. Bong.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Kool-Aid Man. You were in the wrong spot. Thank you, Necros, for the Kool-Aid Man. Welcome on in. Hello, everybody. Let me go through here real quick. Prior to before we even started, Sunstrider was in here. He's been in here for like 15 minutes ahead of time. But officially first is Katie. Welcome on in, Katie. Officially first. Bentley unofficially first. So hello, Sunstrider. Hello, Blind GM. I see you in chat as well. Hope you guys are doing well. We've got Necros in the house. Necros, our resident doctor. At least he's going to school, I believe, for doctory type stuff. I think it's even medically doctory. I could be wrong. And of course, Monkey Swag is here. He's come to sit around and bullshit for a while. If you know, and if you don't, ask and we'll tell you. We'll tell you that story.
Exactly. I love that he's getting credit for that shit. That's really funny.
Yeah. You're very tempted for a Tangia, but also don't think it's appropriate. Hey, it's there for a reason, Necros. If it's there, it's there. Feel free. There will be serious times. There will be not serious times. We will riff on things. We will make fun of things. We will talk seriously about things. We will make fun of things that we believe in and are serious about, but we'll still possibly make fun of them. So there we go. We'll make fun of each other. Maybe. We haven't done that in a while, so.
Probably. I mean, we do, but it's more... It's a lot more good-natured than it used to be.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you for the fart on my head. He placed it. He placed Mr. Griffin, Mr. Peter Griffin, on my head to come and fart. Because you can place that on the screen wherever you want to have him... And it was right in my right ear. Right in my right ear. Right there.
That's very, very Howard Stern of you.
Yeah. Very, very Howard Stern. Thank you, Howard Stern. It was very sensual. I will never clean that ear again. Katie's heading home from Disneyland. Had so much fun. Did you have any haunted stories at Disneyland, Katie? Haunted stories? You told me I could. I did tell you you could. It's there. It's there for a reason. I put it there. It's there. It's fun. It's silly. You've had to resort to duplicating an emote, Bentley. Oh no. Have to duplicate an emote. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. I'm. What did? I don't know why. Don't know.
I don't know.
Katie dropping a lurk. So, guys, if you don't know, if you haven't been here, if you haven't been part of this show, hearing Necros is a doctory stuff reminds me of the 93X segment that we have where they have users call in and ask Dr. P what's wrong with them and have all these wild off the wall symptoms, future segment or potential liability. It's a true story. True story. 93X is a radio. Yes, it's a radio station. It's a radio station. We're epic.
It was the rock station.
Just been our own little chat in your chat. Okay. So if you haven't been part of the show, if you haven't watched the show, if you haven't been here for this show, we read you paranormal news stories, stories and news and stories of the paranormal, whether it's ghosts, aliens, cryptids, sightings of things, psychic phenomenon, Peter Griffin farting on Adam's head, which didn't just happen.
Okay.
But make sure to spread the love, guys. Don't just make me be the butt of those jokes. See what I did there? So, with that being said, we'll have all kinds of news articles. Here's the thing. If you guys message me in Discord, if you find one on the spot today, send it to me. I will do it. We have a couple that posted earlier today in there. We will get to those as well. So, hello, Jackal Twinkie. Welcome on in over on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. So, and yes, people, we are on multiple platforms. We are on Twitch. We are on Kick. We are on YouTube. We are on multiple platforms. So, welcome, one and all. So, yeah, that's that. Right, Adam? Right?
Yeah, that's what I got.
So you and I have talked about the paranormally stuff for many, many years.
Yes.
And we both have many experiences. We've chatted about our experiences, and so our knowledge runs pretty vast between the two of us. So this should be a lot of fun, and fun to get your take, because you and I don't always agree on things, and sometimes you're like, that's a hoax, and I'm like, no, that's totally real, and you're like, fuck that shit. So it'll be fun to see.
I try to come at it. I always try to come at it with a skeptic's like mindset, right? Like if I can prove it in the mundane world before I jump to the paranormal world, I will. Like absolutely I will. If I can explain it away. And it's when you run across those stories where it is truly there is no explanation, that for me is the point where I'm like, okay, damn. Like so
I've seen so many things that it doesn't have to be proven to me, but I have to logically be able to wrap my head around it. Even if it's in a supernatural, paranormal, unprovable thing, there are certain things I can wrap my head around the logistics of how it might be conceived to work. So yeah, I'm a little bit easier to believe, but I'm a little bit easier to fool. But at the same time, there are places where I'm just like, no, just no.
Fair enough.
We're going to enlarge you a little bit, so you're a little bit. There we go. We're fixing that. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, that doesn't necessarily work. That doesn't work for me. I don't like that situation for the blind GM. There we go. I think that looks a little bit better. There's a little line, there's a little black bar underneath you, like you were Octavius and you were trying to hide something below the waist that was going on when you were looking at naughty pictures. So I had to make sure to get rid of that little black bar. Thank you, Octavius, for the little black bar reference.
I'm enjoying the background here. We got both of our bald ass heads, and then the skeleton guy back there also has a bald ass head.
The picture is based off of me.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. That was the idea.
Cool. I like it.
Of course, me when I was a little bit thinner, but yeah.
Well, it's very Darkness Radio of you.
It is. We love the guys over at Darkness Radio. Inspired the concept of this. Darkness Radio doesn't do live shows at all, and I was like, it would be super cool if Tim Dennis did like a live stream type show. And I know Dave Schrader, when he left to go do the Paranormal 60, that's kind of what he did. And they do something very similar to this with him and his friends. And so I was like, well, I want to do something like that on Twitch. Twitch doesn't have that. They're not on Twitch. I am. And now, of course, we're on YouTube and Kick as well. So Jackal Twinkie says, I can't do Twitch at work. So here I am. That's okay. That is okay.
Yep.
A-okay. Just enjoy the show. Sit back and enjoy the show. By the way, I did link the Discord, guys, in the chat if you want to go in there. Almost all of the articles that we are going to be going over, all the articles and videos, I posted them all there, so you can go and find them and reference them. They're not labeled or anything, so you'll just have to kind of figure out which ones we're on, because like I pull up like 6 at a time, and then I kind of bounce around them, so you'll get an idea. Hello, Lyric Lost, Lurking, Lyric Lost. That's what I was trying to say. Welcome on in.
Did that 5 times fast.
That 5 times fast.
No, that.
Oh, shit! I failed. So, with that being said, let's start off the paranormal news, shall we? The first one is a video that I found that's on Instagram. It's a man captures a cloud mysteriously moving across the sky in South Philly. So it is a little video. Pull it up right here, and we'll let you guys be the judge. This is a captured a cloud. Oh, this is a I didn't find this one. I think this one was sent to me. I think this one was sent to me by the one and only Toasty Toesies, if I'm not mistaken. I thought this was a different video. With that being said, 5 times fast. 5 times.
Yeah,
That
was 4.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It is a lot.
Let me scroll back and double check. I'm pretty sure that it was Toasty Toesies that sent me that video. Yep.
I am looking for the video in the...
You are not going to find it because it was sent to me today. I will send it to you right now.
Well, this... Yeah, send me the link.
It's one of those. It's one of those. Let me find our little private chat here. Here we go. So here is the video.
All right.
I am hitting start.
I'm going to mute myself so I can listen.
Yep. Here we go. I will play.
This shit crazy.
That is a strange
It's a fucking cloud with lights in it. Moving weird. I've never seen no shit like that. Cloud got sparkly lights in it. I've never seen no shit like that. Moving weird. I know you see them sparkling lights in it. Never seen no shit like this in my life.
It is. Thank you, Monkey Swag.
Hashtag nope.
Adam, what do you think about that?
I didn't see any sparkling lights, but I'm gonna have to take because the camera quality and everything like that probably wasn't sufficient to pick up anything like that. I'm gonna have to take the guy's word for it that it was there. Presuming that, I mean, there's a number of explanations it could be, but it is pretty friggin' weird.
I look at it with, is this dude high and we're getting a secondary high while he's watching it and we're listening to the voices in his head go deedle 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 deedle. Or maybe that was a kid playing a cartoon in the background. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that might have been it too. Realistically, like it's probably nothing. Like realistically, the dude's probably just high and seeing flashing lights or something like that. That's fine. The cloud moving the way it did was a little odd, but since there's no other clouds
I was
in
curious
the frame
if maybe
to give us a frame of reference.
What if it's a perspective thing, right? You know, sometimes you see something, and so like it looks like a cloud that's way off. But what if it's not way off? What if it's actually pretty nearby? What if it's closer than you think, and you look at it, and what if it's like a plastic bag floating in the air, and the wind's just kind of moving it around? If you look at it,
crazy.
So if you look at it, it's like, what if it's just like a plastic bag or like a little thing of cotton floating in the air?
It's a fucking cloud with lights in it. Moving weird. I've never seen no shit like that.
Here, we'll mute that bad boy. Like right here is
Thank
where I
you.
thought, what if it's like just a paper bag? I did just see a couple flashing lights.
What?
I did see a couple flashing lights. They're like little, oh, there's another
Okay,
one.
Okay.
Holy shit, I did see them. Holy shnikey burgers.
Okay. Interesting.
They look like little sparks. They look like little sparks going off or something.
Okay. Here's the thing. I have to look something up. I'm going to use my phone for this.
Look it up.
This will be. Hope I'm looking it up.
Look it up.
Fact checking. Fact checking myself.
Plastic bag with cat bells in it.
It wouldn't float like that though.
Yeah, that is really weird. So yeah, when it's right around when it gets to these wires, I can see the flashing light. So I just zoomed it in a little bit for those of you watching. You can kind of see. So right around here it starts to do it. There's a couple right there.
Okay,
One
so
or two there.
I thought this was true, but I just wanted to fact check myself. So according to Google, static electricity can form in clouds, and it is this static electricity that causes lightning. So it's entirely possible that we're seeing a little microcosm of static electricity build up, and that is what is causing the flashing lights.
And moving through the sky, because moving through the sky collects that stuff. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
That's the thing,
Wild,
is, like,
hello, how are you doing? Nice to meet you. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for joining us. Welcome on in. Come on in with the little Canada flag. We're just doing news and stories of the paranormal. We're watching this video of this cloud that's not moving like a cloud and all these little lights. But yeah, I think it could be a little cloud of some sort, lower. Maybe it's got a different weight density to it, and the wind's able to manipulate it a lot easier. And yeah, as it travels through the air, it's collecting. When I used to drive on a forklift, they didn't have a thing that comes off and touches the ground to ground it. You're basically floating in the air with just the wheels, and as you're moving through, you're collecting static electricity. So every time you get off and you touch something, you'd zap yourself. So I think just moving through the air is collecting it.
Well, and looking at it from here, like there are other clouds in the sky, but they're clearly at a much higher elevation.
Right.
So what might we possibly be seeing here is it hits another layer of atmosphere where the wind and the directionalness of the wind changes, and so we're seeing it maybe drop down, hit a directional current of the wind, and it takes off in another direction. So I'm skeptical of this one.
Right. Sunstrider says just got an idea to steal a battery-powered LED flashing light in a balloon. Fill it with helium and add texture to the outside of the balloon and release it. So it looks like a cloud or something moving around.
That would be cool.
Bentley likes the idea of a plastic bag with lights in it or something, a plastic bag. And
the issue that you'd have to run into is the wind would have to be pretty, because like depending on I suppose LED lights are pretty light.
And if you've got a lot of
Right now, my ADHD is like, right, I want to go get a plastic bag, some LED lights, and like an industrial leaf blower, and see if we can make that work.
My only issue with the bag, which obviously I'm the one that said it, is that it's the some areas of color that are shifting. It goes from super like thick white where the clouds are like really, where the particles are like would be really condensed, and then stretching out and it's thinner. So that's really strange. Subbed and liked, fellas. I loved your energy and vibes. Thank you so much. We do all kinds of different stuff here. This is a specialty stream that our community redeemed in our Twitch stream. And so this is only like the third episode we've done in a couple of years. So, and this is the first time Adam has joined us. Usually it's just me. So I think this is the third or fourth episode of this we've done. So we do all kinds of different stuff here. We do podcasts on Mondays. You can catch all those podcasts. You're on YouTube. You can see all of the interviews we did with all of the different people, and all of the people we got coming up. We got Mark Muir coming up. He is the voice of Commander Shepard from Mass Effect. He's coming up on...
I knew that name was familiar.
He's coming up in like a week and a half. He's also the main GM for Chaosium Games for Call of Cthulhu. So when you watch any of the Chaosium games, like the highly produced stuff, he is the GM for that. So
cool.
So yeah, got him coming up. All right. Oh, sorry, I just got a message. Just got a message from my friend Eric Scott DeBee. I can't divulge the contents, but you might know the D&D author.
Yes, prolific D&D author.
Yes. Fabulous. I love a diverse mix of all kinds of things. Well, thank you. All right. So we got a YouTube video or a Facebook video for this next one. I don't know why we're doing all the videos at once, but got this Facebook video. This one might also not be linked for you because this is something I posted. I'm just going to send it to you. Just going to send it to you right now.
Right meow.
Right meow. Thank you for the turn it
Turn
up
it up, yeah.
alert, Roddy Mama. Welcome on in. How are you doing, Roddy? How you doing, Roddy Mama? Quick break time. All right. Sounds good. All right.
Have a good break. Gotta
Have
love
a good break. We love the Roddy Mama. Can we get a shouty outy for the Roddy Mama? A bento
Shouty howdy.
You do a shout out and I will take a drink.
Where the hell's this one?
It won't let me go down.
It won't let her go down.
I know how to open
that's
my
a
throat,
shame.
motherfucker. It just won't let me go down.
Damn.
Also, while we're here, we're going to do a shout out for the amazing moderator, Bentley.
And go do a few more races and then raid out.
Little clip of her doing some Garfield cart as well.
Let's do a few more.
Bentley is going to be joining me for Off the Pod.
Just putting this out.
Again, we're doing another Paranormal Off the Pod.
This is really good.
Because as many of you guys know, if you watch the first one, she lives in a haunted house. She grew up in a haunted
So
house.
was I getting
And her houses in between have all been haunted. And she has all kinds of paranormal experiences. And so we're going to talk about shit and stuff and stuff and
What about
shit.
if you did a couple of races and then raid
Different stuff and stuff and shit.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so we're doubling down on the paranormal shows this month.
Yeah.
And then just read up.
I mean, it is a spooky month.
Oh,
It
that
is
sounds
spooky.
way better. That, yeah.
So, very
that sounds way
excited.
better.
We had such a good time last time. I was like, I want to have another Off the Pod. I want it to be paranormally. I'm like, I'm just going to have Bentley come back because that was a lot of fun. So it's going to be next week, right? Next Monday. Monday. It's going to be Monday. So in a
Oh,
few days.
snap. That's like 5 days away.
The clips are all echoing.
Are they?
They are for the people watching.
Weird.
And I know why. I do know why.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Should be fixed. Wait, hold on. That was actually for that. Let me, there we go. We'll do this one too. Why are all these set up like this? Who set this shit up? Who set this crap up? There we go. There we go. You should have no echoes. You should have no more echoes. All right, you got the video?
I got the video. I'm ready.
All right, we're going to check this one out, guys. Man and a woman try to sage the house, and this happened. Are we ready? Here we go. Click and play. Do I have it unmuted? Here we go.
Yeah. The stage the whole house, but we started we got to do some kind of prayers, or we got to do prayers, or what we got to do. In the name of Jesus, amen. Is that what it is?
What's going on? They're not doing any like affirmations or anything. Whoa.
What the fuck, baby? Baby. Oh shit! What the fuck, baby? Go!
That's bonkers.
Yeah.
That's I don't know.
I
That's a little-
don't buy it. I mean, there's a kid off screen with the light just going. Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, and they've got like probably a string or something tied to the cross.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's any number. Also, like, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just a purist when it comes to saging. But if you're gonna sage, don't use aerosol. What the fuck?
Don't use aerosol?
Isn't that what they were using? I thought it was like an aerosol spray can.
No, they got like a little thing and they're just going like this and the smoke's pouring off of it.
Okay. All right. Well, then I retract that particular critique.
Hashtag BlindGM, guys. Don't worry about it. My critique is they weren't like saying anything. They weren't putting any statements out there. They weren't.
Yeah, you really. Like,
they're just doing the thing, and she's like, and the dude sounds like he was just telling her like, oh yeah, blah blah blah. Like he didn't sound like he was helping any.
No, he was just trying. He was mansplaining saging to her. Well, I mean, he was.
He was.
So yeah. So I'm sitting here like I'm watching this, and I'm like, so okay. So for those of you not in the know, when you sage a place with the intent of disposing bad spirits, bad energy, bad whatever, bad magic, bad whatever, you sage, you try to get in like corners and everything like that. You go around the room, like what she was doing walking around the room was fine, but you got to kind of get in the corners and whatever like that, and you have to declare your intention with the sage, right? And it can be a prayer, it can be an affirmation, it could be whatever, it could be just get the fuck out of my house, bad spirits. Like, as long as you are declaring your intent with the sage, like that's usually enough to do what you need to do. I'm married to a witch. I know what I'm talking about. So this was like, and here's the thing, like if you're Monday, if somebody who doesn't know, like I can see maybe not doing that.
Right,
so
that's what I was
not
wondering.
Going to help.
Like Bentley said,
so
he was just saying, shouldn't we be saying prayers or something?
Yeah. So I mean, these are clearly muggles who like have are thinking they have a problem. We don't fuck with J.K. Rowling.
Uh-oh. I think I lost him. Guys. Dun dun dun. I should have another scene where I just do where it's just me, until he comes back, which I think I can do, actually. Anything that can happen will happen. Well, at any rate, that is that video till he comes back, till we figure out what's going on, and we will see him in just a short bit. I am sure we will get that figured out. Clearly, a spirit didn't like him explaining the proper procedure. That could be. All right, we're gonna do this. Right. We're gonna do this. We're going to do that, and there we go. I'm fixing things, guys. I'm fixing them. I'm actually setting up for failure. I'm setting up in case there's failure.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, so apparently my computer is having connectivity issues. Give me a moment. I'm going to do a thing.
We can hear you. Bentley didn't even notice the cross at first. Oh, no. Yeah, that was weird. It looked like it. I don't think it was like a string. I think it was a magnet on the other side of the wall that did it. There we go. Let's do the spawn the Tangia dungeon ! Join to join the Tangia dungeon. Private site. The site is private. If you're the owner or contributor, then log in. I guess we won't be doing that one. Guess we won't be looking at that article. It was a museum article on a museum. All right. I'm going to pull one up, Adam. I know while you're setting things up, you can still listen and chat.
Yep, do your thing.
Sounds good. All right. So, guys, Till Adam gets back, we're going to be doing this article. It is from Spravy. Now, I just want to let you guys know that this is, Google is translating this. This isn't another language, and I'm using Google Translate to translate this entire article. It looks like you're back.
I am back.
You're really choppy, though.
You know what? Since I'm not fully back, let me take a moment. I'm going to restart the machine, and I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Sounds good. As soon as he logs out, guys, we'll switch things up here. There we go. All right. So until he gets back, we will be right here. So I'm going to move myself over to the other side here where he was. Okay, back to work. Have a great day. Thank you so much. Welcome on in, Pixel Nix. Hello, hello. Hey everyone, Pixel Nix is going to just chill and lurk in the background. We appreciate you, Pixel Nix. And thank you, Roddy Mama, for hanging out. All right, so they solve a mystery in the Tatras? In our biggest and deepest ball, climbers spotted a strange creature. So in the Tatras, local legends are already forming around the creature. I'm going to take a little drink before I read this, guys, because this is interesting. Again, this is from another country. This isn't an American article. So if you come in and words is strange, the reason being is because it's translated via a computer program. Climbers taken aback by what they see did not manage to take a single photo. In the Tatras? Somebody get me a pronunciation of that. Of Tatras. They're dealing with a very unusual stimulus. A tree of mountaineers spotted an unidentified object in Veliki Hinkovo Pleso. They claim that it was a large white creature. Although our largest and deepest alpine lake was artificially stocked with trout, it is an inhospitable environment that is covered with ice up to 270 days a year. Climber Pavel Jakovic and a couple of friends were climbing in the rock wall directly above the ball. At the height of approximately 150 meters, they rested on a rock shelf. Below them was a part of the lake where its depth was up to 53 meters. That was the moment, I thought. My vision was bad and I saw something rising from the marsh to the surface. It must have been something very big if one could see it from such a height. My estimate was that it must have been at least 3 or 4 meters long. Again, this isn't American, guys. They use real measurements over there. They confirmed and literally swore, fuck shit ass, that they saw some strange creature in there, like some huge fish, but they couldn't identify it, says a Tatra publicist and rescuer Jaroslav Sviorik. Sviorik, look at him. He means business. Doesn't he look serious? He looks like he is thinking about McDonald's, really. He's like, man, I could go for McDonald's right now. It actually seemed to go to the surface for a while. Then it turned back, says Jakovic. I believe that these guys saw it, declared Milan Stephanopoulos. Stefanik, that's the word. Stefanik. Climbers taken aback by what they see did not manage to take a single photo of the unusual creature. We could have had a world unique, but the eyewitness testimony of 3 people cannot be questioned. By the way, was there eyewitness testimony of 3 people? Welcome back.
Evidently, there was eyewitness testimony of 3 people. Thank you.
Yeah. It's, but we're just questioning it, right? Oh, wait, sorry. It says it's unquestionable. It cannot be questioned. Possibly, if I were alone, I would say that it seemed to me. But we didn't think that's a clear thing. Yay, Google Translate. Or it's just a shitty written article. One of the two. One of the theories talks about a big version. The beluga lives up to 120 years and reaches a length of 8 meters. However, the TANP administration considers the pool too inhospitable. We rejected the WISA theory with our ichthyologist, ichthyologist,
It's theologist. It's a fish specialist.
because the Weisel lives in warmer waters in the altitude of 1,946 meters. Again, not American article. Meters, real measurements. Where Hinko's Pond is located is too high for it to survive, said the Tanap zoologist. See, I know a zoologist, Adam. I know what that means.
I'm not accusing you of anything here.
Joseph Heibler blur.
Heibler.
What's that?
Heibler.
But there is life in the balls. I mean, the ball. Artificially planted trout survived there. I like my version better. That's why.
Sorry.
That's
Just
why the
it.
climbers submitted a petition. Penitentiary to the TANAP admit. Well, it's. I mean, they artificially planted this trout in my balls, so I mean, I guess penitentiary makes sense. TANAP administration and called for an exploration of the lake using modern technologies.
So I got that going on, which is nice.
Which is nice. Got
Which
that
is
going for us.
nice. Yeah.
It says
So
that,
they artificially inseminated you with trout against your will, and that's why they're going to prison. Is that what I'm hearing?
something like that.
Okay.
I should have swapped sides because this way, when I look down at you on this monitor, it looks like I'm looking at you on the other side of the screen. Or it probably would. Actually, I probably shouldn't do that because it'll probably look like I'm looking at your crotch. I'd be like, "Hey, what's down there, big boy?" I don't know. So, at the moment, we're not planning any sonar or other survey of this lake. So far, there is no relevant evidence to rely on, says Heibler. In Tatras, Heibler gets you. Local legends are already forming around the unknown creature. I hear various rumors from all sides, from whitefish, which has grown to gigantic proportions, to fairy tale characters, says Stefanik. The unknown creature in Veliki Hinkovo Pleso will probably attract the attention of tourists and experts. Loch Ness Lake in Scotland is proof that people are attracted to such mysteries. And trout in my balls.
And trout in your balls.
And trout in your balls. What an interesting article talking about balls and crotches. That's you know, and giant unexplained things in the ball.
Right. Well, and so like, okay, let's looking at Nessie. Like after his death, posthumously, a letter came out of the guy that took the initial picture that said the whole thing was staged in a hoax.
Really?
Right now. Oh yeah. Like, and again, things can be forged. Things can be changed. Like, there is one of my favorite stories about how the narrative is changed is Charles Darwin is said to have converted back to Christianity on his deathbed. But the trick is that the person that claimed that he did that never actually saw him on his deathbed.
Right.
So, but everybody, like, because Darwin is like a vaunted and noted atheist in a time where being an atheist was a big, like, legal problem. People are like, oh no, this is a thing, and like it disproves evolution and all this stuff. It's like, no, she never actually was in a room with him at the time that he died. And just people wanted to believe this narrative because, you know,
Right.
Faith is important to a lot of people. And I don't begrudge people their faith, but when they're denying like specific truths or spreading misinformation, that's where I get a problem.
Right.
So yeah, and so like with the Loch Ness monster thing, like the letter didn't come out until the guy was long dead.
Wasn't it somebody? I thought somebody said that he said that, and there wasn't any actual physical evidence. It was just kind of what you just said, where somebody said he said that.
Well, and the article that I read said that there was an actual letter.
Okay.
But again, this is how easily misinformation can be spread. Like, you know, you heard a thing where somebody said that it was said that they didn't have any physical evidence. I heard a thing that there was a letter. Like, who freaking knows?
Somebody get us
Somebody
get us an article. Somebody Google search that shit.
Yes.
Get us an article. Get us a thing.
Again,
get us facts.
If you send it to Nick's Discord, he will pull it up and read it in real time.
Pull it up and read it today. We also we have a Nessie article for today. We do.
Sweet.
We do. We actually have sonar images of Nessie.
Oh, I love that for us.
Maybe I'll just go find it. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can just find it.
Might as well.
We'll just do that one next.
Sure. Well, and as much of a skeptic as I am, like, I really do like the notion that Nessie might actually be real, right? Like this idea that some prehistoric creature for whatever reason found its way to living through, the ages and found its way into Loch Ness. That's fucking great. I love that idea. I love that notion. Am I willing to die on that hill? Probably not. But it's that level of whimsy and fancy that I really love about learning about folklore and cryptids and paranormal stuff. Like it brings a lot of whimsy into a world where there isn't a lot of whimsy right now.
Right. Trying to find. Here we go. Got it. All right. Here we go. Here's our Nessie article. I had to search for it. All right, this comes from the dailymail.com, Science and Tech. Has Nessie finally been found? Seasoned Loch Ness skipper. Sorry, I'm trying not to make a reference. And the
just read the damn article.
Okay. Seasoned Loch Ness monster skipper shares images of monster-like shape caught on sonar. It's a mythical creature that has captured the attention of people around the world for decades. And now the search for the Loch Ness Monster has been taken up a gear. Sean Sloggy. Oh, wow. He's a sloggy. Should I say
he's a slogging slugger.
He's a Sean Sloggy, a seasoned Loch Ness skipper, was cruising across the loch. We gotta say it like that, right? The loch. No?
Sorry, Sean Sloggy is the most Scottish name ever. Like, he wins Scottish names.
All right, Sloggy was cruising across the loch when he spotted a mysterious shape on sonar. While its source remains unclear, Sloggy, 30. Why do we need to know how old he is? We don't need to know that he's 30. Tell us that he's like 78.
Well, okay, but no, here's the thing though. That's okay. That's a journalistic thing that they do, and that's what a lot of like tabloids and such will do to try to make themselves look more journalistic. And the Daily Mail is basically the National Enquirer of Britain. So let's keep that in mind as we're continuing forward here.
He admits he's never seen anything like it. The strangeness of it was chilling. The sort of thing that leaves you speechless, he says. There's a picture of Sean Sloggy. This is his picture in 10th grade. Oh, this is actually recent. Oh, never mind. That's not a. But there is the picture. He's 30, right there.
Man, we're old. Okay, that's just the way it is.
Is the way it is. But there's the picture of the sonar. They got a little circled there, and I've got a sonar thing. I have a boat. I have a depth finder, a fish finder, all of that. And I'm looking, and that's at about 90 feet down, 90 to 100 feet. Sure. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, that fucking thing's huge, actually. Holy shit. That thing is actually huge. You're looking at about a 50-foot long something. So if you see the numbers on the right-hand side here, those are the depths.
Nope, but I trust you.
Oh, actually, that might be in meters, which makes it even worse.
So if it's 90 meters times, it's a meter is like 3.3 feet. So 90 times 3 is.
So yeah, it's like, because it's got to be like 30. This is about 30 meters long. So whatever this is about 30 meters in length. So that thing is freaking huge.
It's about 90 feet.
So whatever they found, that could just, but it's right off the bottom of the lake there. So that could also just be like a sunken ship.
Yeah, that could be a big old boat that got sunk. Although 90-foot boat, this Loch Ness is not huge. Hang on, how big is Loch?
Loch, you gotta say it right. Loch. Substrator says 90 meters is 295 feet, so it's over 300 feet long.
That would...
Well, I don't think this is 90 meters. So we're looking at... So there's the 50-meter mark. There's the 100-meter mark. It's only about half of that, so it's only about 30 meters. It looks like it's only about 30 meters.
Loch Ness is 21.78 cubic miles, which is a lot. It's big. But let's look at comparison to, like, something near us. Should we do Lake Phelan?
Sure.
That's close to us.
Sure.
Well, why would you? Fuck you, you stupid Google.
Damn it, Google.
Lake Phalen is 198 acres. The fuck is that gonna help?
Slog and maritime pilot Liam McKenzie, 29, were doing their usual rounds at Cruise Loch Ness when they stumbled upon a strange shape. On September 22nd, 2024, while preparing for another vessel's arrival, Sloggy's sonar flashed up. The sonar indicated that a large object was lurking at a depth of around 98 meters. So it is meters, ERS, because not American meters, but, not
Meters.
meters, not metries, not meters. He described it as the biggest thing I've ever seen. But his girlfriend said that she's seen bigger. With the elongated shape and distinct features hinting at air pockets, the team couldn't help but wonder if the sonar reading was tied to the infamous Loch Ness Monster.
All right, 90. How many meters was it? Did he say?
Let me scroll back.
Yes. No.
Scrolling back. Da-da-da-da-da. It was at a depth of 98 meters.
Okay, so 98 meters is roughly 321 feet.
Yep. That's what Sunstrider said. But that's how deep the water was.
Right, and so you said you were guesstimating it was about 30 feet.
Yeah, it looks about 30
30
feet
meters.
Long. 30 feet long.
30 feet or 30 meters.
30
There's
meters.
a distinct
Sorry.
difference.
30 metries.
Okay,
Metries.
so
30 metries long.
That is 98 feet, give or take.
So about 9 stories. The size of a
so
9
it's about
story
9 stories
building.
tall. Well,
That's a big ass ship.
That is a big ass. That would be a very large ship, particularly for a lake.
A
well,
loch.
98 feet.
It's a
I mean, if
loch.
you're looking-
It's not a lake. It's a loch.
I'm sorry, it's a loch. So, 21 point whatever cubic miles versus like Lake Superior's 31,000 cubic miles. So,
It's still,
frame of reference
still
there.
a pretty big lake, though.
Yeah, it is less than a percentage point of Lake Superior, which admittedly is the largest lake in the world, but all
Right,
things
you're
considered,
comparing.
all the same.
It's like
Well, I tried to do.
you're
tried
like
to
you're
do
like my
Phelan in
child is really tall, and I'm like, yeah, but Shaq is bigger.
That's fair. Well, like I'm trying to compare it to Lake Phalen. Trying to compare it to Lake Phalen, and they give me fucking acres. Who the fuck does lakes in acres? Like meters or miles, I can get my head around, but acres? Are you kidding me?
An acre, an acreage in Scotland. They don't use acreage.
They use trees. I don't know.
We've seen all
it could
sorts
be
of
a big
fish.
like,
Go ahead.
it could be a big ass boat. Like, think about like a paddle boat that you'd see on the Mississippi or something like that. Like those are bigger. Those are longer than 100 feet easily. So it could be a big ass boat. It could be just a really like large prominent rock formation. Like,
Well, this was
know how
floating. If you look at the
yeah,
picture, it's not. It's not.
it's not at the
It's
bottom.
not sitting on the bottom.
Okay, it could be a massive catfish. Probably not, but it could be.
The only thing I can think of is like a ship that's like, like the current has moved it or something, has shifted it. It's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, it's whatever it is. That's huge. If I hadn't looked at sonar and didn't understand like how a depth finder sort of thing worked, I'd be like, what the hell?
Yeah.
We've seen all sorts of fish
know,
that shouldn't be here, but this was different. Despite returning to the scene to investigate, the mysterious contact had vanished, leaving the team baffled. Sloggy admitted, "We're not sonar experts, but I've never seen anything like this." Spookily, the last major sonar contact in Loch Ness occurred almost exactly 4 years ago on September 24th, 2020. The news comes shortly after a photographer revealed compelling photographs of what she suggests is the mythical Loch Ness Monster, after keeping them a secret for 5 years. So yeah, there's the classic picture we're talking about. Robert Kenneth Wilson, a London physician, captured arguably the most famous image of image of the Loch Ness Monster. The surgeon's photograph was published by Daily Mail on April 24th, 1934. However, it was later proven to be fake. There you go.
Yep. Again, like my belief in the Loch Ness Monster, like again, I love the idea that there's whimsy. I love the idea that there's something out there that we don't understand. And like I firmly believe that there are things out there that we cannot quantify or understand. I'm not sure Nessie is, or not Loch Ness, Nessie is one of them, but it would be super friggin' cool if it was.
Here's my take. Here's my hot take on this. It's my hot take on this and a lot of other shit where shit is like, I see stuff and then it's just gone. We look at like Bigfoot sightings and other cryptid sightings. There are sightings of like, people have seen dinosaurs in like the pterodons and stuff. And they're like, there's eyewitness accounts of people seeing them and then they're just fucking vanishing. What's to say that like we've talked in the past on this channel on various shows about time, space, rifts, slips in time slips, stepping through portals. And when we had Dave Schrader on last time, his guest that night was talking about time slips, and it was a phenomenal show. And I thought, well, why can't that happen if it's a locked place, right? A specific location.
Yeah.
If somebody slips through a time slip and they end up in a 1920s building for 5 minutes and then they leave, those people in the 1920s saw you come in.
Yeah.
Right? So there's this account of somebody coming into the shop that's dressed weird and then left. It was fucking crazy. Whatever. This could be the exact opposite of that. Maybe it's somebody coming. Maybe Nessie is an actual dinosaur that lived in an era at that time. And every once in a while, and maybe it's not even the same goddamn one. It just slips through this time slip, surfaces, somebody sees it or whatever, and then disappears. And it picks up on a sonar for a moment or whatever.
So quantum theory suggests, among other things, but quantum theory suggests that technically speaking, our perception of time is simply a human perception. It's a human construct, right?
Yeah.
Linearly from A to B, B to C, C to D, because that's what our human brains can quantify. But quantum theory there is a suggestion that all things, all time, everything is all happening all at the same moment. Everything's happening right now. And so when we encounter moments like that, where we see something that seems anachronistic or out of time or whatever, that is a moment of our brain comprehending the true fullness of all of the, and to borrow a phrase from Doctor Who, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
I hate that phrase. I hate that phrase. Fuck you, Doctor Who. Sorry, go ahead.
Why do you hate that phrase? Because it's not wrong. Anyway,
because people use it to explain away things in tabletop role playing that kills continuity, and so it's ruined the phrase.
Okay,
for me.
So this is a personal vendetta because you hate a lack.
Yes, I hate a lack of continuity.
Okay, that's that I can accept. Just like You Can Certainly Try has been ruined for us forever.
Right.
Oh fuck. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting an unstable message on my internet. But
yeah, you froze. Okay. That's why I finished your sentence.
Gotcha.
Sunstrider wants to know
anyway,
what does the Loch Ness Monster eat? What does something that size eat? Sacrifice children?
Well, yeah.
Virgins?
Lots of virgins.
Lots of virgins.
Well, let's look at something of a similar size. Let's look at a blue whale.
Whatever it wants.
Whatever. Yeah, you tell it no. But let's look at a blue whale. I mean, a blue whale doesn't eat meat. It doesn't eat whatever. It eats tiny, tiny, tiny little creatures called krill. And yes, by the fucking truckload. But it eats tiny little creatures called krill. So, assuming the Loch Ness Monster is, say, an herbivore, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of sea plant life, everything like that on the bottom of Loch Ness that it could potentially eat, And so, like, it is not unfeasible that this could be a thing. Again, we're talking about, I think I said 21 square miles of space. Like 21 square miles is a huge amount of area.
You just said it was small.
As compared to Lake Superior, it is. But if you hang on. Let's do this. I am going to go with Lake Phelan. You're familiar with Lake Phelan. Um, let's go acres to miles. Okay.
I'm like, why don't you just do a
It-
I don't know. Yeah, you're
198 acres is 0.3 miles.
now cubic it. Now,
0.3 miles.
now you have to make it not cubic but squared, right? Because we're talking surface
Squared?
area.
Correct. So, all right. So Lake Phelan cubic miles. We'll try that as a Google search and see what comes up. Okay. According to Google, Lake Phelan is on par with Loch Ness. It's larger. It's a 23 square miles area, right?
Yeah. And Lake Phelan's not a small lake.
Lake Phelan is not a small lake at all. I can totally I'm not suggesting there is something in Lake Phelan, but I could see something large. I mean, and according to this, it's not nearly as deep as Loch. It's one of the big features of Loch Ness is the fact that it is a very deep lake.
It's a loch.
It's a loch. So I could totally see something large, and as long as it's not eating people,
Right.
I could totally see something living at the bottom of that lake and just never surfacing, never getting close enough to the surface because people are scary.
Right.
We are the apex species on the planet currently. I would avoid people if I didn't, want to.
Apex. I mean,
Okay.
remember when people were eating Tide Pods?
Just because a small group of those people are stupid doesn't mean they're not the apex. I'm sure there is the shark equivalent of Tide Pod eaters somewhere out there.
Somewhere.
I don't know what that looks like.
But they just
terrified.
they just go after the more expensive Tide Pods.
Yes. So my point is this. There's a lot of space. There's a lot of area that something like that could live in. I don't necessarily believe that there is, but it is possible. And because of the way our technology, where we're at with our technology right now, we can't map it all. We can't see it all. We can't use the normal scientific method of testing a theory multiple times in multiple different ways because the accessibility of where that is nearly impossible to get to.
Yeah.
Even in just 200 feet down, 300 feet down, pressure down there is prohibitively difficult to survive in.
Under pressure.
And who's going to spend the money that it would take to create a thing? Because all science, unfortunately, the way science is built, because we live in a capitalist society, I'm not going to get political here, but this is just a fact.
Brendan.
I'm not getting political here because this is just a fact. Science is bound within the limits of what people are willing to pay for. And what people are willing to pay for is whether or not something makes them money. If Loch Ness and Nessie makes more money by not proving the existence of Nessie, which with tourist trade, economy, and all that stuff, it does, then it is actually more important for them to not prove definitively whether or not the Loch Ness Monster exists.
Fair enough.
I'll get off my soapbox now. I'll shut up. It was a very Brendan Lee Mulligan moment, wasn't it?
It was there. It was something. It was a thing. It was definitely a thing. I'm gonna check something real quick. Okay, I just had to test something on the camera here. All right. Seventel Fox says that perspective does help to imagine time extending backwards as well as forwards, or not extending at all.
I miss you, Seven-Tailed Fox. We need to hang out and talk philosophy more.
For sure. For sure. I say that every time I see him. I'm like, we need to hang out more. And he's like, yeah, I know. We'll do it. We'll do it. All right, we got another UFO. We got another YouTube, TikTok type of video here. This should be on the list.
Is this in the thing that you shared?
This is a different one. It looks very much similar. It looks very similar. This one.
Which one is it on the thing?
This one's going to be on the list there. It's the It's a Facebook Reels link, 4504794278045305. Jenny,
8675309.
who can I turn to?
That's where I went with that too. We're aging ourselves quite a bit, you know.
This is the face of a guy who doesn't give two shits.
Fair. Excuse me. Okay, come on, open up. I'm ready.
All right. Hold on a sec here. I got to adjust. There we go. All right. Let's play this back. Unexplained files 2.0. That's it. Why?
It's a helicopter.
What's that?
It's a helicopter.
Well, I don't think it's a helicopter. I think it's like it looks like a medicine ball.
Or a drone. I mean, it's, yeah.
Well, it's like
This-
this little weird, it's like not quite a sphere, but it's kind of squared. And it's just
Sure.
rotating, like this rotating, not quite a square, a rounded square.
Rounded square. Square with rounded edges? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
What are those? Oh, fuck.
It
they had
did. It
them
looked
when we
like a
were kids.
cubed balloon. Just floating in the air above a factory where all the heat from the factory would go up and kind of hold it in place. That seems pretty standard.
Yeah, I don't see anything particularly weird there. I mean, it's an odd shape and it's a weird thing, but like, I don't think that's outside of the bounds of human technology or capability.
Agreed. We want to move on real quick to another video?
Yeah, let's do it.
I got a YouTube video for you. It's titled
Okay.
Graban un nual convortitininus something 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 animal de persona.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. You have a notification. I have a notification? Me? Who has a notification, Sunstrider? That's also something probably
Do you have a
pretty easy these days to add in post. Yeah, that could have easily been added into post as well.
Oh yeah.
We do have a
Yeah.
Tangia bot, exclamation mark, join if you want to join the Tangia dungeon.
All right, where am I finding this video? Is it on the Google Doc?
Should be on the Google Doc, yeah.
So oh, it's the next one down. Okay, got it.
All right. Tell me when you have it.
I got it. Let's do it.
Here we go, guys. This is the video. We're going to almost full screen this. I'm going to play it in
Yeah, I gotta pull this.
What's that?
I gotta open my flip phone for this
Open
one.
the phone. We could see the bar at the top of Facebook briefly. I just expect to always have a notification declared. Yeah, I do, but that, like I said, I got that notification while we were doing this. And that's a message from Eric Scott DeB.
Eric Scott DeB.
All right. Here we go. I'm clicking play right now. Well, I'm going to wait for this Tangia dungeon to actually end so that we can watch the video in its wholesomeness. In its wholesomeness. Yes, right meow. We're going to go right meow here in a bit. There we go. Dungeon is almost done. Boom. All right, here we go. Watching the video. It's a security footage. What the fuck?
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, you tell me what you see.
I see some. So this video is way too crisp and clear in a lot of places for me. to watch for that to be like not as crisp and clear. Because like you can make the details of the branches and like fucking individual grass in the background, but you can't get a full picture of whatever this is. It looks like the lower half of a human, and then it just kind of appears and disappears. Like right here, you see there's a line right here, which you probably can't see, Adam, but there's like a line right there that is just static. So that's just edited, and then it clips over.
Yeah, well, my blind ass can even be like, that's just edited.
That's just edited. That's super easily edited. That's not even a question.
Yeah.
Hello, Hobbit Launcher. Welcome on in. Yeah, that's...
Wait. Hold on. Take a step back here. Hobbit Launcher?
Yeah,
Your
Hobbit
name
Launcher.
is Hobbit Launcher?
Yeah.
That's a fucking awesome name.
It is. It is. It's somebody we know. Well, somebody I know.
Okay.
I don't know if you know them.
Okay. There's a very cool name, and I approve.
Has been for 30 years. So yeah, that is. I was hoping somebody's like, oh, is this an animal transformation thing? And I was like, I don't know. Let's fucking take a look. That would be awesome.
Right. Well, so the dog disappears, and then a person kind of appears, and like, yeah, just where the line was, where it was, everything was. Yeah, no, the fucking thing was amazing.
Where? God dang, my thing is not working. All right, we got that one. Oh, that's your article. We'll be getting to that one here in this next little section.
Sweet.
All kinds of fun little articles. And again, guys, if you guys have paranormal, supernatural articles, if you have videos, if you have anything like that you want to share, you want us to watch, you want us to share on stream, please share it with me in Discord. You can post it in our paranormal section. You can DM it to me. Whatever you want, send it my way. I can make that video in minus 2 minutes if someone sends me the raw vids. Add a bit we could probably, here's the thing. Here's my one caveat on that video. And it's like, yes, it's pretty edited. But let's look at it on the flip side, right? We can make that video more believable.
Yeah.
That is the one the one thing that it has going for it is if you're gonna fake it, why not make it look better? Why not make it look more realistic? Why put those obvious little lines where it's like the guy goes and he disappears and then like his lower half and then it shifts and like why not put the full video in there and just mask out the parts that you don't want it to touch? Right. It should be super easily. Because the fact that it looks sus makes yeah. I know, but I'm just saying that's the only thing that I think it's got going for it is like because it doesn't look very realistic, right? All right, let me take a little.
I get where you're going with that, but it feels sort of like a double negative, right?
Oh
like
yeah,
you're trying so hard.
Totally bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. That was a fakie.
Yeah.
Nobody's redeemed the drink refills yet. I'm quite surprised.
No shit. Well, I mean, it's early enough in the day. Maybe they're trying to be nice, or they just didn't see it.
Maybe. I mean, I do have a lot of redeems. Again, guys, this is an interactive show. If you play alerts, if you play sound alerts, if you do anything like that, we're fine with that. They're there for a reason this time around. I don't have them turned off. So surely nobody would submit such a clearly edited video, so it must not be edited. Therefore, it must be real, right? I think they wanted it to look like security cam footage. But if you're going to do that, make all of the other shit as choppy and shitty as well. You know, where you can see the grass moving in the background and that's not clipping, but the person running by is. Don't buy it. Not one bit.
Yeah, when we go on break, I'm going to have to restart my router.
Okay. No problem. We got about, 30 minutes and then we can do a breaky break.
Sounds good.
All right, so this next one, it's actually a video, but it's on Coast to Coast AM. Guys, if you don't know Coast to Coast, check out Coast to Coast. If you like the paranormal, great show with George Norrie. Our friend Dave Schrader has been a host multiple times as well. So definitely go and check out Coast to Coast AM. Like I said, it's an amazing show. So I'm going to do, apparently this is, I could have just opened this on YouTube. A lot of articles. Because it's had Joshua P. Warren on it, I had to check it out because I love Joshua P. Warren. I love all the shit that he does. So I didn't even proof check this video, so it might, hopefully it's not super long. Let me see. Oh, it's only a 6-minute video. All right. Let me know when you are ready.
Up and went this direction to the kitchen. Like, you would see the shadow follow you from the mirror and then just kind of back off.
You're trying to make contact with a spiritual energy, and then all of a sudden, things start happening.
Do you believe in ghosts? We're here at an undisclosed location in a historic Las Vegas neighborhood, and we're meeting up with a paranormal investigator to see if we can make contact with the other side. Last Halloween, we made an attempt at ghost hunting at the historic Binion's Hotel. When we came up here, that door was not open. While our experience was creepy, we had no idea what we were doing, and we did not manage to make contact with any ghosts. So, this year we took ghost hunting a step further, and we tagged along on a hunt with Joshua P. Warren, a professional paranormal investigator with over 30 years of experience. Today, we're finding out if this residence is truly haunted. Both the current and previous tenants of this house seem to think it is.
Things will shift and move. We heard this laughing.
Then things started to appear or things started to show up missing.
Feel weird. This one little hallway would flicker once in a while.
You would see the shadow follow you from the mirror and then just kind of back off.
A gentleman, and I think it's Johnny, he walks around.
This eclectic family of Chuck, Irene, and her daughter Jade moved into this residence originally owned by a man by the name of Johnny. In 2008, at the age of 93 years old, Johnny passed away in the home, but the house's haunted history goes well beyond Johnny's passing. In the 1980s, Johnny's daughter died in a car accident, and they held her funeral in the home. In the 90s, his wife passed away in the home. And even though his wife and daughter were gone, Johnny said they were always with him, so much so that he left his daughter's room exactly the same since she passed.
I was emptying some of the drawers of his clothes. I was taking some of those out. His daughter's clothes from the 80s, I was throwing those away.
After Johnny passed away, family friends DJ and Vanessa moved in to fix it up to sell it. They lived in the house with all of Johnny's furniture for a year, and they could not get out fast enough.
Everything was cool at first, then the night terrors, where it would feel like sleep paralysis, and he would always be in the dream in the garage. The dreams were weird, or they felt too real, and I would wake up screaming.
So we just got to the point where we were like, we need to move.
The day that DJ and Vanessa moved, the door slammed shut behind them.
And then
get out.
Yeah,
it was like a slam.
It was a slam, and then DJ's like, "All right, Johnny, we're out of here."
Lover of haunted artifacts, Johnny would bring them into the house. He would go out into the desert and into caves and bring home stone and petroglyphs.
He would take them off, and he brought them in and made an entire floor out of their pictographs. And I do believe that this brings in some weight. I believe that this does bring in energy. There's a lot of past here.
This room, the library, Irene says is the most haunted room in the house. Like Johnny, Irene also shares a passion for haunted objects, which adds another layer to the complex energy of this house.
Both Chuck and I absolutely love working with spirits and haunts, and it's always exciting. We just have fun and enjoy it.
In the spot where Johnny passed, Irene constructed a koi pond in order to bring calming energy to that location. Irene's daughter, Jade, also lives in the home.
Okay, so this is my room.
Whenever Jade changes clothes, her room's door will slowly close shut. Instead of being scared, she views it as a positive thing.
Yeah, and his daughter used to live in this room too. It doesn't scare me at all. It's just kind of like something that's like safe, like, oh, like it protects me.
After our tour of the house, Joshua assembled his team and their equipment.
This is what happens when a human is around it, and so that's what we're looking for, to see if we get any action when a human is not around.
What better place to start than where the death occurred? With a baseline room temperature of 77 degrees, we began. Johnny, are you here? If you're here, can you give us a sign? It wasn't until we asked,
Johnny, how much do you love your daughter?
that something happened.
Guys, what do we got here? Anything?
Done anything? There's no one behind me. I even turned around to see if it was Jason maybe, but no, something grabbed the back of my shirt.
The plants just now started moving. Granted, there are fish in the pond, but up until this moment, all was calm. The temperature also dropped while we were in the room, but alas, there was no sure signs of Johnny, so we moved on to the most haunted room in the house, the library. What happened next truly had us all pretty freaked out. Johnny, if you can hear us, could you tell us what you like to do as a hobby? Okay. The response even had our paranormal investigator in shock.
That was kind of interesting. That was kind of interesting.
We ended our investigation in the living room.
Johnny, the floor is yours, my friend.
Okay.
We got another okay.
We got another okay.
This heat map is going off. Like, it's just constantly pulsing from blue to red, and all I'm doing is pointing it at the couch. Showing up on 2 of our devices, there was an anomaly sitting next to us on the couch. Unfortunately, we couldn't get anything else out of Johnny in the house, so that was where our investigation for the day ended.
I mean, we have scratched the surface of what's happening here. I've been doing this for a long time, over 30 years. And this is one of the most unusual and exceptional and fascinating properties I have ever seen.
While you can't visit this private residence, if you wanted to experience a haunt of your own, just around the corner from here, you can visit Zach Bagan's The Haunted Museum. Or, if you want to go ghost hunting yourself, Binion's Hotel will include a ghost hunting kit if you stay in one of their haunted rooms. As for Chuck and Irene's house, Joshua said that this was just the first step in a paranormal investigation of their home. Oh, hey, if you like this video, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss any of our content. And for more spooky videos like
that, too effing bad. All right.
Okay, so it was obviously an extremely well put together video.
Yes.
And I'm familiar with Warren. I can't remember his first name.
Not to be confused with Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Correct. 2 different people. Not related, I don't believe in any way.
Never trust the ghost hunting kit provided by the hotel with ghost activity that you're staying at. True. Bring your own.
Yes, bring your own. I kind of buy into this one, if I'm being real honest.
Yeah.
This one seemed, well, okay, so first and foremost, it seemed like the original owner, Johnny, was an aficionado of ancient things, of haunted things, of old things, whatever like that. And one of the things that I have experienced in my life is when you have a concentration of things that tend to be haunted, anybody says it in a different, everybody says it in a different way, but like the veil tends to get a little bit thinner, the energies tend to be a little bit more active. It really just depends on your point of view and what school of discipline you're coming from. But ultimately, like the instances of paranormal activity and hauntings are cute when you surround yourself with things that are ostensibly haunted.
I agree. I think it's interesting that, so some of the things like the plants moved, it's like, yeah, there's koi in there, and the koi will fucking eat those roots. If they don't normally see it, that doesn't mean it's not happening all the time. As a person who has koi, you can't put plants in there with them. They will destroy them all. That's just what they do. So,
because plants are delicious.
Because they don't care. Plants are delicious. So, for sure. Some of the stuff, the point and click temperature guns, I don't like those for paranormal investigation for the reason of there can be so many variances. So unless you can get it to stay in one very specific spot the entire time and keep it there, then you're going to get variances. I could point it at a wall, and when you hit the stud, that's where the stud is behind the wall. That's going to be a different temperature. And then on the other side, that's going to be at a third temperature. Like, it's going to be varied. So that's not really, but the thermal camera on the other hand, I can deal with that. I actually, so here's the thing. I'm going to tell you guys, I saw a video for they called it a sonic camera, right? Mm-hmm. And so the camera it points at an area, and on the video feed, it tells you where the source of a sound is coming from. So if you're playing guitar, it's coming from the guitar. If you're speaking, it comes from the person's mouth, and it shows you kind of like a seismograph of where the sound is coming from. It's this brand new technology, and I was like, that is cool as hell. And the first thing I thought of was paranormal investigating. And so I took the video of it where they were talking about it. I sent it to Dave Schrader from the Holzer Files, Ghost of Devil's Perch. He's been a guest on the show a couple times. I sent it to him. I was like, maybe maybe I'm out, a little bit out. Maybe you guys are already on this, but have you ever heard of this technology and have you ever used it? Because if I were doing a paranormal show and I could see where a sound was coming from that I heard, an ambient sound that nobody made coming from somewhere else where there isn't someone, and that's veritable proof of a sound coming from that location, like, that's proof, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, and like those instances on the EVP where they heard Johnny say "okay"
Yeah,
twice.
and I don't think that was EVP. I think that was
oh, was it just
it's the
ghost box?
spirit box, like a ghost box.
Spirit box. That's what it. Yes.
Yeah, spirit box.
But yeah, just hearing that, like, that was kind of cool. Like I trust Mr. Warren to be honest about that shit.
Yeah, I do like the concept of the spirit box because you're changing stations, but the problem is that when you do it the old school way where it's like cycling through radio stations, you're going to get snippets of words. And sometimes they can go together. It's when then you have to like, okay, here's where the channel changed and the voice stayed the same and the word was cut between the two. So like you have for instance our friend Sunstrider. We're going to use Sunstrider as a thing, right? The first half is Sunsta, and then the radio changes and you get Rider.
Yeah.
And so you put them together, it's like, oh, they're talking about Sunstrider, so right. Obviously though you can get bits and pieces of words and they can form other words, but when it's the same voice and set up like that in a sentence, or they do whole sentences, those are where it's like, okay, that's kind of cool.
Right.
But
right. I don't know. I could see that being a thing. Absolutely. I would advise heavily against, they were advertising at the end of the show, I would advise heavily against going to anything that Zach Baggins has anything to do with.
Yeah, you have a veritable hate for Zach Baggins, which I think is silly.
I loathe the man. I'm sorry, you don't go into a German castle and threaten to punch ghosts that only speak German.
I don't recall that happening. And I don't actually, what was the context of it? Were they bad Germans? Were they good Germans?
Well, they were it was an ancient German medieval castle that they were wandering around. And at one point he got freaked out, like he tends to do, and he started threatening to punch all of the ghosts in English when he, it's ancient, like they spoke maybe like whatever the equivalent of
so he got was. Scared. So he got scared and his fight or flight kicked off, and you got angry for him going into fight mode. Okay.
Yep. I did. Absolutely. I can't stand the man. He is a giant douchebag.
I didn't know you knew him personally. We're getting into it. Adam knows Zach Bagans and he hates him.
I don't know him personally. I hate his television persona.
We've had, guys, if you're watching, we've had this, he and I have had this discussion on multiple occasions. And I don't hate him.
Many times.
I don't love him either. I throw his shows on in the background sometimes, but I know people that know him, and I hear nothing but good things about people that know him personally. So I can't judge because I don't know him. I've never met him. And I tend to keep it that way personally. Do we speak in Old English to English ghosts though? Do we speak in Old English to English ghosts?
I mean, sure, if you can speak Old English. I don't think I can.
I don't know.
I haven't.
I can only speak modern American English and bad English.
Yeah, and I don't even speak that all that well, so.
He's extremely rude to those alive and dead. Yeah, and I've never seen him do it, so, and I've never experienced it. And I don't know anybody that has, so I can't really say. I cannot judge. Are you ready for your article?
Yes.
Do you want me to read it, or did you want to read it?
You go ahead and read it, not prep a larger than thing. Can you give me like quick 2 minutes? I have to step away for just a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Step away.
Not even that. I'll be right back.
Scribbler says, no, but don't expect them to answer. Then again, would a ghost continue to stay up to date with modern speech? I think it's universal. I think speech and speaking and languages are, I think they're like, when you're beyond the veil, I don't think they care. You know, I don't think that they give a rat's ass what language you speak. I think it's universal to them. They know there's not that barrier on the other side, you know? So it's our stuff. It depends on how with it they are. That's true also. Yeah. Because I know that there have been EVPs recorded in areas, and the EVPs are in whatever the other language is. But I also know that people have gone to haunted locations that are, you know, an Italian haunted location where it's haunted from the 1800s, right? And all of the ghosts are speaking English. All of the EVPs are English. All of the voices are English. The things people hear are English. And so that's my 10 cents on that. He threatens to punch any spirit who doesn't engage with them, and trauma farms. Trauma farms? You can't, I mean, I've never seen him do that, and I've watched, 12 seasons of his shows. I've never seen him threaten to punch a ghost where it wasn't warranted. There have been times, like, I have seen him threaten, you know, like, people who have done really bad things, mass murderers and stuff like that, and where he's been like, go ahead, try and hit me. I've seen him do that. But yeah. Exploits others' trauma for gains. I mean, that's every TV show, though. I don't think that's him specifically. That's just the TV show. And I'm not here defending it, but like, I've got I see no proof of any of that. And like I said, I've talked to people that know him personally. And so a lot of that's just, to me, I don't see any of that stuff. And I've been, like I said, I've watched, 12, 13 seasons of multiple of his shows, and I just don't see a lot of that stuff. I've heard people say things. I've heard people say things, and I've heard people say things that I've heard it from other people saying things, but I personally have not witnessed it. So yeah, throw stuff at Epic, then goes into a lurk. Hello, Maxis Green. Welcome on in. Thank you for the lurk. But feel free to send me those things. I'd love to see where he's proving that he's a genuine douche canoe. But I do prefer Dave Schrader stuff. I do prefer the Holzer Files, Ghost of Devil's Perch. That's my bag, because you're not trying to prove anything. It's just a show about stuff and things. You're back. Are you back now?
I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I drank 36 ounces of liquid and my back teeth were floating, so I had to take care of that.
Gots to go pay.
I did.
Gots to go pay. All right. Thank you, Seven-Tail Fox, for triggering the Tangia Dungeon! Join to join. All right. Here we go. We have the SS Bannockburn, or the Flying Dutchman of Lake Superior. That's what this article is called. This is sent to us by the one and only TheBlindGm. Uh-oh. I have a thing popping up saying connecting to chat. Did we lose people? Did we lose people? All right. Not doing it anymore, so here we are. How long is this article? Oh my god, I gotta do it. This is like a fucking short story. Hold on, I gotta drink some liquid for this.
It's not that bad. It's like 3 paragraphs. It just looks bigger on the screen than it actually is.
10 paragraphs. It's 10 paragraphs.
Why? Okay, it's 10 paragraphs.
Prepare your best transatlantic newsy accent. I don't even know. Am I going into the ancient Christian Bale accent? Is that what I'm supposed to do?
Well, that's the you remember the old news reels at the beginning of news today, the bombs fell on.
Oh yeah. There's Azers. Do you know who Azers is? Yes. He's a voice actor.
Yes.
He does voice stuff. He's now Cleveland on Family Guy. But yeah, he does one where he does that voice where he's playing Call of Duty with people and he's doing it. And he's like, yes, I'm a time travel from 1975, but he's playing with like people of color, and so he's making all these incredibly bad jokes. Of course, he himself is a person of color, and they all think he's fucking hilarious as shit. And just the way he's like, oh no, I'm not going to repeat any notes. You guys can go watch it. It's funny shit. It's off the walls. But he did that voice, and yeah, it's funny. It is legally obligated for all trans folk, including myself, to be able to do a pretty damn good transatlantic accent. I don't know why, but I love it. Fair enough.
I was not aware of that. I will internalize that and make it my entire personality for a while.
Fair enough. The Great Lakes of North America, covering nearly 95,000 square miles, makes up the largest freshwater system on our planet. While water vessels of all sizes Thank you, Toasty Toasties, for the attempted jump scare.
Almost got me. Almost.
If I weren't talking, it would have got me. If I weren't talking and focusing on reading.
If you weren't talking, it would too.
While water vessels of all sizes have used the lakes for transports, freight, and pleasure, not every one and every ship makes it safely back home. To date, there have been over 6,000 shipwrecks throughout the 5 Great Lakes that have taken at least 30,000 unfortunate souls with them down to the icy depths. The majority of these shipwrecks have gone undiscovered, and others lost ships such as infamous SS Bannockburn. Am I saying that right? Bannockburn? Bannockburn continue to be spotted on the misty horizon over 100 years after vanishing without a trace. The Canadian lake freighter Bannockburn was carrying a crew of 20 when she was last seen on November 21st, on 21 November 1902, or the 21st of November.
So I got that going on,
which is nice.
Which is nice.
Captained by Ontarians George R. Wood of Port Dalhousie and Chief Engineer George Booth of Kingston. The ship was transporting bushels of grain from Fort William to Midland when she failed to reach her final destination. That evening, management at the Montreal Transport Company, say that 3 times fast, was informed that their ship had seemingly vanished. Concerns about a weather-related accident arose since one of the worst snowstorms of that year had hit Lake Superior the previous day. The conditions as relayed by other boats on the lake that day made it difficult to tell the difference between water and sheets of dangerous ice. Hello, Real Care, welcome on in. Like the Scottish battle. The Scottish battle.
Bannockburn was a location of a Scottish battle.
Oh,
I think that was an actual William Wallace battle as opposed to the made-up ones that they threw into the Braveheart movie.
Bannockburn. Can we roll the eyes on Bannockburn? Bannockburn. The conditions as relayed by the other boats on the lake that day. Sorry, I'm waffling.
That hurt me.
Made it difficult to tell the difference between water and sheets of dangerous ice. Dangerous! Let's get dangerous. Darkwing Duck. Most of the young crew from Kingston, the city was besides itself with worry. Did she go off course and become lost? Did she run ashore on an island with her crew alive and well? Or was she now sitting in her eternal tomb at the bottom of Lake Superior? The last alleged sighting of Bannockburn before her disappearance was recorded by Captain James McMaw of the SS Algonquin. According to McMaw, he spotted what he believes to be the Bannockburn. I ran out of oxygen in my voice when I said it, so I didn't quite get it there all the way. He claimed that the ship disappeared rather suddenly, but blamed it on the misty weather conditions. The next sighting occurred the following day by night crew aboard the passenger steamer SS Huronic? Who saw the Bannockburn. Without, if I point to you, will you say it? If I like read and it
I'll
comes
try.
up. Bannockburn,
Yeah.
without realizing she had disappeared. Stormy weather had been reported that night, but when Hieronyk passed the
Bannockburn.
they did not see any signs of distress, since the
Bannockburn.
had likely already. You sound like a bird in the tree, like Bannockburn, Bannockburn.
Bannockburn. Bannockburn.
Had likely
The
already
rare
sunk by the time
Bannockburn bird.
the Bannockburn bird. Since the Bannockburn had already sunk by the time the Hieronyk saw her sailing through the dark night waters, the report inspired eventual rumors that the spirits of Bannockburn had become a spectral ship. Other sightings of the ship were reported, and at one point, the families of the missing men were informed that they were alive. However, it was soon believed that the sightings weren't of Bannockburn that set sail on the final journey from Fort William, but a ghostly Bannockburn that carried a phantom crew who would never see land again. On November 28th, the Algonquin's captain reported suspicion that the Bannockburn had suffered from a boiler explosion. Not a broiler, because they weren't cooking cheeseburgers.
Nope.
2 days later, on 30 November, I'm just going to read it like it says. 2 days later, on 30 November, it was reported that SS Rockefeller sailed through the significant amount of wreckage during her journey through Lake Superior, supporting the Algonquin captain's theory. However, a search of the area failed to find any trace of the alleged debris. Finally, on 13 December, a life preserver from the Bannockburn, the only physical evidence that the lost ship ever existed on Earth, was found on a nearby beach. So what happened to the SS Bannockburn? Did she, like the famed Titanic, strike ice and sink to a watery grave? Did her boilers, as proposed by Captain McGull, explode and destroy the ship in a fury blaze, or did she stumble through a tear in reality, only appearing when her distorted form phases in and out of our dimension? If sightings of the
Bannockburn
hadn't been so adamantly reported in the immediately aftermath of her sinking, perhaps the mystery of her disappearance wouldn't be nearly as confusing. Regardless, the ship and members of her crew have never been recovered, but the continuing improvements to sonar technology, there's hope that the restless souls of the lost men will eventually be put to rest if the Bannockburn is ever found. I'm going to take a drink since we're now halfway through your short article. It's only 3 paragraphs. Yes, thank you for the bacon pancake break. Let's do a little bacon pancake dance.
Okay. Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
Bannockburn. In all fairness, if a flame tube broiler explodes, pretty much everything for 50 feet is cheeseburger and probably cooking. That's true.
There you go. It's a broiler. There, we're good.
Does Bannockburn want a cracker? Bannockburn want a cracker? We're gonna get you a bird, Adam, and we're gonna name it Bannockburn. We're gonna get you like a little parrot.
Absolutely not. I will kill that thing instantly. Not on purpose. It's not good at taking care of birds.
I've got 2 for you.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna rise to the bait. I'm not gonna do it. Nope.
The Bannockbird. There we go. The Bannockbird.
The Bannockbird.
All right. There's actually only 2 paragraphs left of the 3 paragraphs. So that's one of the 3 paragraphs that I just read.
Yes, that was all one paragraph.
That was all 1 paragraph. Unless you're watching, in which case you know the truth. Don't frickin' gaslight me, Adam. According to the mythology passed between sailors of Great Lake vessels, the Bannockburn sailed through a crack in the lake, much like other ships that vanished within the same area. Radigan, 1989. Whether the crack in the lake refers to a dimensional rift or the back end of my pants or one-way ticket to Davy Jones' locker, the spirit of the Bannockburn has remained restless. Oh, you see what I did there? Reports of the ghost ship have occurred since she vanished over a century ago. She said to eternally sail through Lake Superior, spotted by sailors through the fog or stormy seas. While Bannockburn doesn't place a curse on sailors like the original Flying Dutchman, her ghostly appearance is a memento mori and stark reminder that the journey home isn't always a guarantee. And if you guys hear that phrase memento mori and it sounds familiar, it's because that's what you do in Dead by Daylight when the murderer can just kill a person instead of putting them on the hook. It could be said that the Bannockburn was destined for which to rest for eternity in the dark depths of the lake. Prior to her disappearance, the ship had already sunk once before. On 15 October 1897, when traveling through lock number 17 of the Welland Canal, the Blackburn hit a wall and began to sink. Having not fully submerged, she was luckily salvaged, but when braving the raging seas, a ship's luck can only last for so long. So there we go. There is Adam's cool thing. Is that a picture? There it is. There is the SS
Bannockburn
in Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
So part of the reason why the dates are like that is because this article is Canadian and they still write it in the European style. They write their dates in the European style.
They should always put a TH after it. Like on 21st November. Put a comma in there. Put something.
Well,
on 21
that's just how they've
November.
done their dates.
I don't care. I don't care. Make it logical.
Yeah, well,
make it make sense.
Well, most of the rest of the world does their dates like this. We're the weirdos that don't.
We're the ones that try and, add extra letters and numbers and
punctuation and
continuity. Yeah.
Imperial metric bullshit. Anyway, I chose this one. Last weekend I was visiting actually Duluth with my partner. And we were of course right by Lake Superior there. And so when you were like, hey, send me an article, I'm like, hey, you really would love to do a ghost ship. And I guarantee there's a ghost ship on Lake Superior. Just for how long commerce and everything has been a thing on Lake Superior. Where, the first time it sank was in 1897. People have been living in Duluth since before Minnesota was even a state.
Right.
So yeah, it's Duluth, Minnesota is the furthest inland international port in the United States of America. Like it's just it's just this very commerce heavy. It was big during the Gilded Age. There were more millionaires per capita in Duluth during the 20th century than anywhere else in the country, or the early part of the 20th century. So lots of cool stories, a lot of historical stories come out of that. I liked this one just because of the reference of it is referred to as the Flying Dutchman of Lake Superior. And it was while you were reading, I looked it up. Lake Superior historical estimates have roughly 25,000 shipwrecks have been attributed to Lake Superior alone, not just all the Great Lakes, just Lake Superior, of which 350 have been discovered.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's insane. And
they did Josh Gates did an Expedition Unknown where they did some diving stuff and found a undiscovered shipwreck in Lake Superior. They were looking for something else. They were looking for a different shipwreck, but
I'll have to check that one out because I don't think I've seen that one. But yeah, so I love the sort of mythos that is built up about Lake Superior and all of that stuff. Of course, you and I both grew up on the record that the Edmund Fitzgerald by Gordon Lightfoot.
Great song, by the way.
It's a beautiful song. But yeah, so you and I both grew up on that. So the sort of myth behind the actual facts of the shipwrecks of Lake Superior really intriguing to me.
Yeah. Hobbit Launcher says it's known as the lake that doesn't give up its dead, and there's a really good YouTube video about it for your spare time. I'll grab the link and DM it. Yeah, DM it to me. And if it's short, I'll play it today. I'll play it. I do know, if I'm not mistaken, it has to do with temperatures and stuff like that too. So, but yeah, 32 minutes. Okay, 32 minutes, a little bit long, but
it's a little bit long for today. They're in the song, the record, the Edmund Fitzgerald, they talk about they could have said never gives up there's dead when the gales of November come early, which is the largest amount of shipwrecks that have happened on Lake Superior happened in late November, because of the extreme like temperature changes that happen between
right,
fall and winter, particularly over a lake that size and in Minnesota.
Yeah, and I believe that a good chunk of that the lake that doesn't give up its dead is because it can't, the bodies sink, and if I'm not mistaken, now Pete, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's so cold that the bodies don't decay. It's too cold for the bodies to decay, and so they don't decay, and thus they don't swell up or whatever, and thus they don't float. They don't have that reaction, that chemical decaying reaction that causes a corpse to float. So once it gets to the bottom, it's so cold it won't ever surface again. So short of going to the bottom.
Right. Well, and I've read, and I don't know if this is actually made law. So like big asterisks. I don't know how true this is. This is just a thing that I read that
I have an asterisk too.
But either they have done or they're trying to declare the shipwrecks, particularly in Lake Superior, that counts as a graveyard. So like going and diving in those areas without specific permit considered tomb raiding, basically.
Oh, yeah. You can see that. So what you're saying is you have to go to the shipwrecks that haven't been found yet.
Technically speaking, yes, because if you could discover them, they're not under that protection. So yes, actually, I'm not advocating that. Here's the thing: Lake Superior, while it is not the deepest lake in the world, it is the largest surface area lake in the world. If it were salinated, it would be a sea. So don't fuck with it. Just don't. Just don't.
Hobbit Launcher says they believe some or all of them are protected now due to several lawsuits from the families of the Edmund Fitzgerald, as well as a few others. So. For sure.
So that's probably what I was reading. Thank you, Hobbit Launcher, for verifying my bullshit.
Speaking of the Great Lakes, we're gonna have a haunted mansion on Lake Michigan type story. We're gonna have a story about real estate agents talking about their haunted flat and their clients. We're gonna talk about the $100,000 contest that Ring, the telephone or the Ring doorbell company, is giving away. We're going to talk about that. We're going to go to the New Frock UFO sightings page. We're going to check out some stuff there. We got all kinds of other paranormal news and stories. And of course, we're going to get to your paranormal news and stories too. If you send us some today, send us articles, videos, whatever you want. If I recall, somebody once sent me a Zillow listing for a funeral home a couple times back, and we went over the funeral home that was listed on Zillow one time. So whatever you got, if it's even somewhat paranormal, if it's silly, if it's true, if it's whatever, send it to us. We'll talk about it. We'll share it on the stream. Bentley remembers that one. That one was fun. That was fun. So you can send it to me on Discord. You can post it in our Discord. So yeah, and here is the Discord. You can send it to me there. You can post it on our Discord. Come on in, jump and join. During the break here, I will look and see if anybody new has joined the Discord for that purpose, and I'll make sure to accept you. Make sure you select all of the rules and click agree on those rules, and come and join us there. But we are going to take a quick break. Thank you, Sunstrider. We are going to take a break. We're going to take a break for a bit. We're going to go up, use the restroom, let dogs out, get snacks, get refills on our non-alcoholic drinks, because nobody's redeemed alcoholic drink refills yet. And when we come back, we will talk more about the paranormal, the spooky, the UFOs, and we'll be a little bit silly. So thank you guys, and we will see you in just a short bit. We are back from break. Hello, everybody. Thank you for sticking around during the break. Appreciate you all. We had some router issues that we had to deal with. And I will have a snack. I will have a snack. We have a snack redeem. If you have snacks, feel free to redeem them, everyone. I'm going to be having a crispy.
Epic Realms asked me, tell us a spooky story about Epic Realms and the Blind GM, talking about ghosts and the paranormal. Once upon a time, deep in the night, when the world was asleep, Epic Realms and the Blind GM sat in a dimly lit room surrounded by ancient tomes and flickering candles. As they chatted about ghosts, a chilling breeze swept through the room, whispering secrets lost to time. Suddenly, the shadows on the wall began to dance, twisting into spectral forms. The air grew colder, and a ghostly apparition emerged, its eyes glowing with otherworldly light. It whispered, "Beware the stories you tell, for they might awaken what slumbers in the dark." As quickly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving Epic Realms and the Blind GM in stunned silence.
Hate it when that happens.
I'm in stunned silence. What can I say?
No. That was so that was straight up GLaDOS from the Portal game.
Ah,
so that's a thing.
Fuck.
That was funny. We did have a drink redeem right before we went off.
We did have a drink redeem, so let's refill. Refill in the drink.
Mm-hmm. I have a cider from Wild States, a Duluth cidery that I sampled while I was
imagine that
in Duluth.
I have a cider from Wild State, from a cidery from
there
Duluth.
You go.
Always gone.
Why is the rum always gone? Oh, and I've got a rum redeem. We're just gonna.
It's a good cider too.
Cheers.
I'm drinking honeyberry.
Oh, we have that one downstairs. We got the multi-pack from Costco.
Oh, they have it at Costco. That's awesome.
Yeah, they have
we actually went to the. They had an event going on while we were up there, so we actually went and they had like a bunch of food trucks and everything like that.
Yeah.
And they had a big sale going on, so we got a bunch of like. We didn't get a multi-pack, but we got a bunch of different kinds for like a lot less than we normally would, and like we had some great. Oh my god, they had great birria there. It was really good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of. It was a dog-friendly event, so we got to see this giant burner puppy who was just the most adorable thing in the world.
We were by there our last time up there, and we didn't go to the cidery. We wanted to, but we ended up going. There was a restaurant we went to, and my god, the food was fantastic down there, and it's owned by the same people that owned the Duluth Grill. So they have now 3 restaurants.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it was just
freaking
phenomenal. It's like a southern barbecue type place is what it was. So it was really good.
We did Pickwick, which I haven't done since I went to school there in the early 2000s.
Back when we lived together.
Yeah, back when we actually you and I went. Last time I went there was before you and I lived together.
Either you froze. That is a. Somebody's. Hold on. I need to. I need to go back. I'm going to go back and I'm going to screenshot that picture. I'm going to go back and screenshot that picture. We're making that an emote, guys. We are making that emote. Somebody, I need to. Hold on. What's the timestamp on that? 2/21. 2/21 is where that's going to be the timestamp for the Blind GM emote.
What just happened?
Oh, nothing. We're not talking about anything. Welcome back, by the way.
Thanks. I don't know what's happening right here, but
you
it's kind of
screenshot it
annoying.
for you. We'll DM. Thank you, Toasty Toesies.
Yeah. All right, you go on. I'm going to try to figure out troubleshoot my issues here.
You got issues. You got issues in the Bannock Burn. That's okay. We've got a thing. Cheap viewers deny spam detection. By the way, guys, we did get a number of bots that came in. Oh no, that's our first bot. Actually, that is our first bot of the day that I'm aware of. And for those of you that don't know, we don't have a bot counter on this stream, but we do have the band bot song For every bot that we ban, we play the ban bot song. Ban bots. Spam and lies we see, not in our community. There we go. There we go. I should just use the green screen to make emotes like the ones that Sunstrider just posted. I should just make my own. They won't be like those. I'm not going to be smacking my own ass because I don't have an ass. That's why I don't have an ass. I didn't have one. I didn't have one. We have a new article right here. Be part of paranormal investigation at Haunted Mansion on Lake Michigan. We were just talking about the Great Lakes. So we're going to talk about another Great Lake, not so Great Lake, the one and only Lake Michigan. Can confirm. What are you confirming? What can you confirm?
Lake Michigan is still a pretty great lake.
Is it? Said the ominous voice in the background as he tried to fix it.
Sorry about
At least you have at least you have audio. It keeps doing that. It keeps turning you green. The Great Irish GM. The man is built like a good pair of chaps, assless. Oh, can confirm that I have no ass. Right. Because Toasty would grab my ass at Octanicon on multiple occasions.
There we go.
All right. Look, he's back, everyone. He's back. He's back like the Bannock Burn.
This is what happens when you have to restart your router mid-flow, man.
Mid-flow. The ether gets you. The ether.
Every time.
All right, guys. So this article may be a bit longer. Not quite as long as that last one. Holland, Michigan. More than a century ago, Chicago inventor Dor Felt purchased 750 acres on the dunes of Lake Michigan to build his wife Agnes a glorious estate. Agnes died just 2 months after the mansion was complete, but some say she never really left. Hear the history and hauntings of the Felt estate and its many guests this October. This fall, the mansion has added a special ghost story event to its usual spooky lineup, The Unveiling and Unseen, a paranormal experience. Not just a voice. It's not just a voice. It's a full-bodied apparition. Full-body apparition. Full torso vaporous apparition right there. Boom. For 3 nights, guests can hear from paranormal investigator Adam Barry of the Travel Channel's Kindred Spirits. Join Barry alongside friends John E.L. Tenney and Jessica Napick of the What's Up Weirdo podcast for a conversation about the afterlife. General admission tickets for the presentation and meet and greet are $50. Thrill seekers looking to go on their own ghost hunt can splurge for the VIP package and accompany Barry on a 3-hour cruise. Paranormal investigation throughout the property. That's what I meant to say. The historic estate has sweeping acreage, a carriage house gardens, and of course, the 170 million, sorry, that's not what it says, 17,000 square foot Georgian Revival Mansion. 17,000 square foot Georgian Revival Mansion, which apparently they have a link.
Sounds very much like the Glen Sheen Mansion.
It does sound very similar to the Glen Sheen Mansion, which I wish they'd open that up for paranormal investigation. Just saying. Or have let a TV group go in there and film the haunting stuff and but they very much are like not allowed to talk about the hauntings at the Glen Sheen Mansion. If you don't know what the Glen Sheen Mansion is, guys, look it up. The private investigation package is $150. The event runs October 25th through the 27th. Advanced purchase is required at feltmansion.org. No tickets will be available at the door. Unless you're selling tickets, and then you can get them from whoever's selling them at the door. If you're looking for a... What's that?
I said, indeed. I was agreeing with you.
Indeed. If you're looking for a spine-chilling tale with more history, then return to the mansion at the end of the month for Hauntings and History Night. Explore the estate by candlelight during the 90-minute self-guided expedition, with access to areas rarely revealed in the public. 3 time slots are available for tours, and it's a lot of advertising stuff. I thought we were going to get more about the estate and the history of it when I got this article. I thought there was going to be more. I'm the one that found the article, so no one sent it to us, so I don't feel bad about just ending that one. Boom. Boom. Gone. Gonesies.
You know, I do love a good haunted mansion, though. I mean, I think we can segue this into conversations, but like anything, basically anything older than like 50 years, you can probably guarantee that has some variety of spiritual activity in some way, shape, or form.
Especially if it's made out of like brick or stone structure. Like our modern wooden and plaster houses doesn't hold the energy as well. But if you've got like an old brick house, yeah, there's going to be shit going on in there.
For sure, for sure. I'm a little surprised. Like when I moved into the house that I'm in right now, it's a brick house. I was a little surprised not to find anything majorly spiritual here. There's some presence in the woods behind my house, but nothing has really made it. Like I've been here since what, 2018.
Yeah. And there's like
nothing
ambient
major has
energy.
made itself known.
There's like ambient energy there, but it's nothing structural, nothing very like significant.
Yeah, no ghost just popped up and said, "Hey, how's it going?" And I've been like, you know, it's.
And then you're like, Beetlejuice. Oh shit!
What?
Crap!
It would be great if you had like a GIF in the background of just Beetlejuice walking across the back of the screen when you said that 3 times.
I mean, I can make that happen, and then just have it be like a little button that I push.
Yeah, just anytime somebody says Beetlejuice for the 3rd time, you just
Toasty Toesies. She's a brick.
House.
There you go.
She's mate.
You do the house part of that way better than I do. So
fair enough. The Glen Sheen is the mansion we were talking about in reference to Felt. It's a mansion up north. The reason why they don't do paranormal investigations up there is because it is owned and operated currently by University of Minnesota Duluth, and that is not a good color on a vaunted university to allow for that sort of thing. If it were ever to revert to like a historical society or something like that, you can almost guarantee that would change.
I think that's bullshit because there are colleges, there are well-known universities that do university haunted tours where they like show you the places that are supposed to be haunted in the universities. And if they wanted yes, they're all about the historical precedence of it, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can't talk about they can't do it in a manner that's like, hey, it's Halloween, let's do a haunted tour and talk about like stories and stuff and experiences people say they have, and not do it from a historical reference, but just do it from a fun perspective.
Right. They do on Halloween night, they do offer candlelight tours of the mansion. I've never been on one, but I've heard they do talk about some of the reputed hauntings, but they don't allow investigations to go in there at this point. So a lot of it also has to do with the family history and the fact that there was a pretty murder at this point, but like there was a murder that happened it was pretty prominent in the time, like in the 70s. And so there are living family members who are, from that family that have made it very, very clear that they're not interested in hearing more about, talking much more about the murders and the various hauntings thereof. So, once the family members die out, and as they will, I mean, they're all in their 70s right now. Not to be, but it's just a fact of reality is that people get old and die. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen in the next few years here? But
yeah, I think when you look at things from a financial and a publicity standpoint, I'm sorry, but if you're the University of Minnesota Duluth and the Travel Channel says we've got Josh Gates is doing a haunted paranormal episode of, whatever show, and we want to do one at the Glen Sheen, you fucking do that shit. You do that shit.
There is, and that's the other thing, is that one of our governors, and I will not, well, one of our governors, Tim Pawlenty, made it extremely, like, prohibitively expensive for large productions to film in Minnesota. Now they've been working on it, but it's pretty deeply ingrained legislation, and it's not a priority.
This just says I can do what I want.
Thank you, Toasty, for.
Thank you, Ron Swanson.
And hello, Killian Music. Welcome on in. We love the Killian Music. Can we get a shout out for Killian? Let's get some rock in the house. Can we get an official, like a clippy shout out for Killian Music? I need some good rock in my life. I can do it too. I just thought somebody did a additional. Yeah, that's it. Here we go. Get some rock in our life. The Killian Music.
Right here, oh baby, baby, I shouldn't have let you go. And now you're out of sight, yeah. Show me how you want it to be.
He's doing Britney Spears. That's great.
Baby, 'cause I need to know now.
Just to change gears.
My loneliness is killing me. I must confess.
I still believe.
That was great.
We love Killian Music, guys. Go check him out. He's just phenomenal. Everything he does is great. He's got a great sense of community. He's a lot of fun. He tries to get lurks in on people. I see him, even if he doesn't come in and like say he's lurking, he still comes in, and I'll see him in the chat list. So we love the Killian Music. He's great. He's a great person, great community member, and he's just a lot of fun to just watch and have on in the background or interact with. He does a lot of Dead by Daylight and stuff. So
yeah.
Now your keyboard's working.
Stuff.
I guess no worries, we got it. What's that?
Yeah. Anyway, so one of the other reasons is one of the governors made it prohibitively expensive to film in Minnesota. So you remember the movie Gran Torino with Clint Eastwood that came out like in the early 2010s?
Get off my lawn.
Yeah. That was supposed to take place in Minnesota.
Yeah. But they couldn't
and
film
because
in
of
Minnesota.
they couldn't film in Minnesota because it was so bloody expensive. So yeah,
dumb.
it's something they've been working on, but agreed. It's something they've been working on, but it hasn't been a huge priority. So
yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I hate it when politics gets in the way of my fun. It just drives me crazy.
Fucking A. There were a couple articles I intentionally didn't share today that I wanted to. But
yeah,
we won't talk about them. Oh baby, that's what I like.
We're not doing politics.
Thank you, Bentley, for Oh Baby, It's a What I Like clip of me through the Tangia. I don't know if I like that new product, although that's the only one that's happened so far. So you can clip audio and make it an audio clip that people can play. So I can, like, if I sing a stupid song, they can clip it in Tangia and make it a redeemable clip instantly. Well, mostly instantly. They can edit the audio. So like all those audio sound alerts of me singing stupid shit, like they can just be like, but let's put it in Tangia, and then it's there. And I think other people can activate them in their streams too, so they can take clips of me in their streams.
Yeah, but you more than anybody knows that the internet forever. Like this is, you're putting yourself out there. This is, if you're singing that shit on the internet, this is really more.
Half the time I don't know I'm singing that shit. That's the problem.
You just enter a fugue state and shit just comes out your mouth and you have no control over it.
Yeah, I ain't got a fucking clue. Got no clues. I got 0 clues.
No clues, everybody. All right, let's crack into another
real estate agent shares experience viewing a haunted Passeries HDB flat with his clients. I don't know what all that shit means, but God, that's a gorgeous view on that little river there. If you've heard of the lore surrounding a supposedly haunted neighborhood, it's like Kalur and Harbour, and this is a neighborhood. You know, the O-U-R spelling.
Yeah, so it's very European.
Very
European.
European.
It sounds UK.
It's very European.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're talking about a flat, not an apartment, so this is pretty much going to be a UK thing. If you've heard of if you've heard of the lore surrounding the supposedly haunted neighborhood in Passieres, I don't know if it's French or not. I just want it to be French. This story probably wouldn't come to you as a surprise. A local real estate agent recently took to TikTok. He has since removed the video to share a creepy experience on one of his viewings. I exclusively spell endeavor with a U, and I will die on that hill. Endeavor.
Wait. So you don't spell endeavor, you spell endevour.
Devour. What color is the hill, right? He first explained that he was contacted by a couple who wished to buy an executive maisonette in Passieres. It's P-A-S-I-R-R-I-S. Somebody tell me what country this is in. It's a unit.
That's France.
Is it France? So I am right. It is France.
It sounds French.
It sounds French. A maisonette in Passieres. It's a unit in Passieres overlooking the river. That's my Steve Martin doing a French accent, by the way.
Yeah, that's very Pink Panther.
You want to have? I'd like to have my burger.
I'm sorry, I loved those movies, but that was by far the funniest part of that movie.
It was one of the best.
Would not breathe.
The first one was way better than the
laughing
second one,
so
but yeah,
hard.
I love that movie.
Oh, for sure. No, I just was laughing so hard I could not breathe through that part.
Who's the guy that played the professional in that Luc Besson movie? Who played opposite?
Jean Reno.
Jean Reno, that's what it was. Yeah, Jean Reno was a perfect straight man in that movie. He was great.
Such a perfect. It's interesting because Jean Reno in France is actually like a comedic actor. Like that's his shtick in France.
Is he?
But like against Steve Martin, he had to be the straight man because when you're like,
Singapore, it's in Singapore. Sunstrider says it's in Singapore.
Sunstrider, you're fucking wrong.
And Hobbit Launcher also says it's in Singapore, but it got beat to it by Sunstrider. It's in Singapore.
All right, fine.
Can I still say it like it's French? Can I still say it like I don't know what a Singaporean accent is.
Please don't try a Eastern Asian accent. Please don't.
So I do not want to mention which blog, but you are familiar with Paranormal. Whatever the hell the name of the word is. You know which block it is, he said. We shan't keep the non-Easties in suspense here. What the fuck kind of phrase is that? We shan't keep the non-Easties in suspense here.
This was clearly written for like a local rag somewhere that was appealing to a very small group of people.
Based on his description, the block is easily to be located near Sungai Api, a river that flows through Passieres town. The area is notorious for being haunted. A simple Google search will suffice if you're curious to know more. All right. I think we're going to go down a rabbit hole here after this article. Somebody remind me to go down the rabbit hole.
All right. Give me the region again, and I will go down this rabbit hole with you.
Okay. It is Passieres is the name of the town.
Okay.
And it's near the. I'm just gonna copy this and paste it to you in the G chat. So you can just read the fucking thing.
Yeah, do it.
That is not pasting. That's pasting a Facebook article. Copy. Control V. Paste. Passeur, kind of close to French Passeur rice, according to a random pronunciation guide. Okay. Thank you, Hobbit Launcher. So it does sound French. It does sound French. Some guy happy. It doesn't sound like very haunted river. Some guy happy. Yeah, it doesn't. It sounds like some guy happy. Okay. A river that flows through Passieres town. Passier. The area is notorious for being haunted. Oh, it gives me a link. Unexpected haunted places in Singapore. All right, we'll jump to that article after this.
Sounds like a plan.
The agent and his clients arranged for a viewing session at 8 p.m. and upon reaching the place was told by the seller's agent to proceed with viewing themselves as he was busy. This sounds like the beginning to a dirty movie.
It kind of does, yeah.
Was told by the seller's agent to proceed with the viewing themselves as he was I guess not. I remember going up to the 8th floor. As we came out of the lift, there was a strong flower smell. I know it's cliche, but it was really strong, and the hairs on the back of my neck started standing, he said, adding that the corridor felt very dark. Uh-oh, he said. Why are they putting uh-oh in here? It's not even in quotes. Uh-oh. And then he said they were greeted by a friendly uncle at the door, in quotes. So the uh-oh isn't in quotes, but the friendly uncle is. He said they were greeted by a friendly uncle at the door, with the agent noting that the house was dark and eerie. I thought this was an apartment. Wasn't this a flat, not in a house?
No, it's a mansionette. It's a tiny mansion.
But it's a house.
Right, it's a house, yes.
Okay. Then he found out that the uncle wanted to sell the place as his wife had died in the house.
Ooh.
At the moment, the clients who were looking around the house ran down from the 2nd floor and asked to leave. The agent found it strange, and his clients waited until they exited the lift on the 1st floor to share what they saw. In quote, when I was talking to the uncle, they were upstairs looking at the rooms. One particular room, there was a doll placed on the floor, and in front of the doll was some offerings made to the doll as some joss sticks. Somebody find out what a joss stick is. Joss sticks. Like those you see during Hungry Ghost Month. What the? That's okay.
This is all very Singaporean. You're good.
It's definitely Singaporean, but I want to know. I want an education.
I'm working on it.
He continued as they were looking at the doll. The wife noticed an old lady walking past her. But when she turned to look, there wasn't anybody. There wasn't anybody there, probably, is what they meant to say. They're like an incense stick. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
At that time,
it looks like
Go ahead.
Wikipedia says a joss stick is an incense stick usually used in certain Asian rituals, particularly pertaining to the afterlife.
Okay. At that same time, the bedroom door started to creak. That was when they freaked out and ran down the stairs. Of course, his clients did not make an offer. No shit. The agent later came to find out that the house was eventually bought by a family who are permitted residents of Singapore. A good number of netizens were already aware of the block's reputation, with a handful guessing that it's located close to Sungai Api. I don't know. Don't kill me, guys. I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best.
Joy. Happy, joy, joy.
Happy, joy, joy. Happy, joy. Happy, joy. This block is very famous. Delivery riders, also known very well about the scary atmosphere, wrote one netizen. I'm guessing it's like a local citizen. Is the word netizen?
Sure.
Well,
yeah, like denizen.
Like a denizen, yeah. Miso Api. While another said that Paris Riz is known for creepy stuff. However, a few commenters who live in the area also said they have not experienced anything paranormal. Others were more curious to find out about the family who bought the flat. Have they had a paranormal encounter? I guess we'll never know. Unless they go on TikTok to tell their story.
I'm going to send you via our chat.
Yes.
An article I just found about the 30 most haunted areas in this region.
In which region?
The region we're talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, we got this one. 15 unexpected haunted places in Singapore. I'm not going to really read it. We're just going to go down and see. Ghostbuster 1 and Noel Bide left. Oh, these are paranormal investigators. That's not a location. How are these the 15 most, what was it called? 15 unexpected haunted places. That is not a haunted, oh, okay, this one's a haunted place. Block 99, Bedok North Avenue 4. Bedok has under rep for being a ghost town, literally. But among the many hauntings in that area, the real-life suicide case will give you chills. Oh, is this a video? Nope, just a picture. Just a picture. There's an old police academy. Home Team Academy is haunted. The Marsiling Bunkers. The green and leafery of Marsiling forests hides an old wartime British bunker used to store rations. As is the case with abandoned buildings, there are large amounts of paranormal energy trapped inside the bunker. Some energies were left behind by the actions of humans while they were there. Some made their way there, says Dr. Yasser. Our equipment practically went haywire when we tried to measure the energies there. One of our agents also reported seeing a face in the darkness coming towards him. We couldn't justify or disprove that, so we'll just leave it as a possibility. Netizens are the denizens of the internet, the terminally online, that kind of jazz.
Oh, netizens. Okay, that makes sense.
Netizens. It's people who do.
It's
Russian people that say no to things. Netizens.
Netizens.
They're the Russian people that just say no.
Say no to things.
They're like the knights
say no
that say
to things
nee.
and live in.
Go ahead.
Russian people that say no to things and live in places.
Yes, yes. It's like the knights who say netizens.
So the one that I sent you is all in this area. It does include the one that you were just talking about, and they're little bite-sized, articles that might actually work well for this format right here.
Okay. This one's Jalan and Meng Porong. I'm just kind of interested in these pictures. I want to actually travel. I want to go to Singapore now.
Yeah, right.
Bukit Batok Nature Park.
Would kind of love to go to Singapore anyway, because it's supposedly just an amazing city. But yeah.
You just want to hook up with all the lovely ladies. That's all you want to do.
I plead the fifth.
Oh, there's Pasir Ris Park. Okay, that's right there.
Yep.
Oh, it's a whole. Oh, that's like it's a big tower thing.
Yeah.
Changi Bungalow Chalets. Salader Camp.
Gesundheit.
St. John's Island. All right, let's check out the article you sent me. I'm going to grab this and just drag it up here. Drag it up here.
Drag
most
it on
haunted
there.
places in Singapore. Pasir Ris Red House. Number 1. That house is the most haunted place.
That shit looks haunted. Like,
It
I'm just
looks
looking at the
haunted.
picture,
It
and this is. And that shit looks haunted.
It looks kind of like the Demon House, except for creepier.
Yeah, except for creepy.
Singaporean. That does not look haunted. That does not look like. I mean, it might be, but I'm not saying it's not.
The Woodley MRT.
Yeah, the train station or whatever. No, I don't want to talk about the best of Singapore for free. Hillview Mansion. Yeah, that looks kind of creepy. Looks kind of creepy.
I mean, that picture is specifically designed to be like, this should creep you out.
Yeah,
like,
there's tons of conspiracies behind the haunted estates. One of them is the mistress who used to stay in the house. The Matilda House, that is a mansion. I would live there. Is it haunted? I don't fucking go. Haunted by no one actually knows. There were rumors that there was a lady with long hair in the trees in the surrounding area, and that some workers actually died while working at the Matilda House.
There you go.
If I see something extra...
Go
ahead.
Caldecott Hill. That's the next one down.
Yeah.
That's the Medicorp staff, and they all have plenty of horror stories to share. Place is haunted as shit. That's me adding. That's me editorializing. The place is haunted as shit by various spirits lingering in the area.
Dun, dun, dun. Yishun Dam.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You wanna do it?
Yeah. Headless ghosts.
Ghosts, don't you know?
Faceless. And a faceless lady with long hair. Which I love reading Asian things with a Minnesotan accent, like things that happen in Asia with a Minnesotan accent. It just makes it so much more fucked up.
Don't you know, eh?
Say it again.
Don't you know? Don't you know, eh?
Don't you know? What's that about?
Oh yeah, don't you know? All right, number 7. Go ahead, do that one with a Minnesota accent.
The Jalan Men Purong. The Jalan Men Purong.
I gotta add
Thank you.
That was a pretty good.
Multiple spirits, apparently. Some people. Sorry, I can't do this with a straight face. Some people even spotted. Hang on. Pontiac flying in the area. What the fuck is a Pontiac? I need to find
Pontiac.
this out.
Don't you know? Yeah. It's a Pontiac, yeah.
No, that's part of the problem there. I don't know what a Pontiac
The capital
is. What is a Pontiac? What is a Pontiac? A Pontiac is a Malaysian. Oh, there we go.
It's a
Where a female vampire.
Childbirth.
Yep. That's not terrifying at all. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm moving on. Anyway. Sorry, I don't fuck with pregnant ghosts. I just don't. If I'm like, they're like, hey, there's a pregnant ghost, you can ghost hunt here. I'm like, nope, I'm good. Bye. Oh.
Hello, Wicker Man. Welcome on in. Thank you for the lurk.
Appropriate.
Just imagine a Midwesterner saying Pontiac. It's a Pontiac. A Pontiac.
Oh, that's a Pontiac. There's a Pontiac right there. That's a pregnant ghost.
Pregnant ghost, eh?
That's a pregnant ghost right there.
The former Brunei hostel.
That sounds. Sorry, anytime anybody says hostile in relation to haunted shit, I'm like, that shit's haunted.
Yeah.
Yep.
I saw a Pontiac flying overhead, don't you know? It took extra regular gas.
Yeah.
Some extra regular of the gas. I got it on for 2 for 1. I got it on 2 for 1 special down there, eh?
We're going straight to hell.
What? You get 2 ghosts for 1. Get the pregnant lady, you're pregnant, you know?
Yeah, you got the two. You got the lady ghost and the baby ghost.
It's a 2 for the price of 1 ghost special.
On
that Pontiac flying overhead.
On that Pontiac flying overhead. Yeah. Lim Chu Kang Road. All right, I got to do this with a Minnesotan accent. Lim Chu Kang Road.
Road. Lingering spirits be here because of the cemetery. I love all of them. They're like, well, it's the haunted spirit of this and that and whatever. And some of it's like nobody really knows. This one is haunted by lingering spirits here because of the cemeteries nearby. Yeah, that's it.
Like, yeah, there's stuff nearby. Sure, be haunted. We don't know.
This is my favorite place. The next one is my favorite place.
Is it?
Yeah.
Spooner Road.
Yeah, you can either be big or little there.
You could be the big spoon or the little spoon. There's big ghosts and little ghosts. You never really know. This place just looks like it could be in downtown Minneapolis.
It does.
Okay, now you get to pronounce number 11.
I've been pronouncing this for like the last entire 2 articles.
Fine.
It's Soon Yappy Yappy and Passier Paris Park, you know?
Oh, that's the place we were just talking about.
That's the place we were just talking about. This is where that article, this is where this all started from, yeah?
This is where this all started from. Okay, so it's a large apartment complex is what it looks like.
Yeah. And this is
and it's
haunted by a band of mischievous Pontiacs.
There's just a street gang of Pontiacs like snapping at each other, freaking the fuck out of people.
And this one is Pontiacs too. There's like all of these are haunted by Pontiacs. I'm on 5th. I'm all the way up to 15. Okay, this one isn't a Pontiac. It's spirits of girls who committed suicide in toilets. Very specific.
That is a hyper specific scenario. Good lord.
Oh nope. And then you continue. It's in the same sentence. Let me finish the entire sentence. I'm gonna skip the parentheses bracket. Spirits of girls who committed suicide in toilets, shadowy figures, Pontiacs with a penchant for education. So more Pontiacs.
You keep saying Pontiacs, and I'm like, they're not ghostly cars, Nick.
Is it punch?
Just a horde of pregnant cars.
Yeah, that's why I said that needs the double good fuel, yo, eh? I don't know why I added the yo. Here we go. Finally, number 16 isn't Pontiacs. It's a wandering spirit of a former museum director, British doctor, and nationalist, Carl Alexander Gibson Hill, whose death was regarded as suicide.
National Museum of Singapore. It's a pretty building, though.
It is. Every time I scroll back up, I get this fucking pop-up thing.
You can book online.
Apparently. So I'm just kind of scrolling through the pictures at this point because there's 50 of them.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, there's 30, but yes.
Nick Math.
Okay, what? Kuber Kassam looks interesting.
Where are you at? What number is that?
That's number 18.
Okay. So you were up there a little ways. Kuber Kassam. Yeah, it looks like a little garden area.
A supernatural
Orangutan.
human-like creature.
Hey, guess what haunts at the Kuber Kassam?
Horde of Pontiacs.
It is also said the Pontiac resides here, and that it was the inspiration behind the Malay classic film Pontianak. What a unique and original title for a movie.
You know, yeah, but nobody in Western culture, and I'm air quoting here because it's all relative, but nobody in Western culture has any idea what the fuck that is. I'm actually really tempted to go find this movie with some subtitles in large print and watch it.
Do it. Congratulations, Sunstrider, on the giant shield you just unlocked in the Tangia dungeon. All right, I'm gonna move on to a different article if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Just because my brain is like, my brain is becoming smooth over the Pontiacs. And we literally went through 3 articles on basically the same thing.
Yep.
And I want to get to this next article.
All right, let's do it.
Because this article, I've been waiting for this one. We have it. By the way, anybody here got a Ring device? Do you have a Ring device?
I don't, but I know people who do.
No, you have something similar though, I believe. Or do you just have cameras?
I just have cameras.
Okay. So people with Ring devices are they're basically doorbells, but they're digital and you can get their video and stuff like that. So we just got a brand new one. I have a Ring. I wouldn't call it a device. It just rests on my finger.
I have one of those too.
Yeah. This is a Ring device. Exclusive. Seen any paranormal activity on your Ring device? You could win $100,000.
Oh shit.
Ring surveillance
I need
cameras
to get a Ring device like now.
Right? Ring surveillance cameras aren't just for monitoring the living. As spooky season commences, the home security company announced a haunted competition Tuesday with a chilling $100,000 prize.
Dang.
I'll fake that shit for $100K. Please hold. You forgot to do the pinky thing when you read that. I suppose. Exclusive. Seen any paranormal activity on your Ring device? You could win $100,000. Is it because we're both bald that you wanted us to do that? We got a raid coming in. Blast Gordon coming in. Welcome in, Blast. Hello. How are you? How is the stream? How are you doing? What are you up to? You were playing some Red Dead Redemption 2. Here's a little clip. Is this Sniper Elite? Looks like it's Sniper Elite. Here's a clip of our friend Blast Gordon. Get in. Shoot. There's another one. Shoot. You know, if I looked out and it's GTA. If I looked out of a place I was in and somebody ran out into the street and got shot and died, the last thing I'm going to do, and then a second person runs out to check on them and they get shot and died, the last thing I'm going to do is run out there and check on them.
Right?
Like, what the heck? But welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Nick. This is my friend Adam, a.k.a. TheBlindGm. We are doing a paranormal and spooky stream where we are reading news articles of the spooky, the paranormal, the creepy, the weird, the cryptids, whatever. Whether they're serious, whether they're humorous, whatever they are, we're talking about them, reacting to them, making fun of them most of the time. So welcome on in. Happy October. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for that raid. How is your stream? How are you doing? You could have raided anybody. We really appreciate you coming on in here and spending your time with us, bringing your community in for some shenanigans and fun. That's the word. Shenanigans and fun. Why are you don't like that phrase? Shenanigans and fun?
No, I'm laughing at this idea. You could have rated anybody, but instead you rated us. It feels like a Viking Yelp review. just fucking, it's like, thank you, this fucking Upper Normandy. Thank you for rating us. You could have rated anybody, but you rated us, and we really appreciate your patronage.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Shenanigans?
Oh.
Shenanigans? Shenanigans? Do.
Brian Cox was too good for that movie, but it was still a fun movie.
I have not yet seen the sequel.
I have not either. I've heard it's kind of terrible, but that doesn't going to stop me from watching it.
I mean, the first one was also kind of terrible. That's why it's amazing.
Right. It was it was the kind of terrible that appealed to me.
Right,
so I'm
right.
like,
How are you guys
telling me
doing?
this is bad is not actually a deterrent.
Right. How are you guys doing? I'm doing good. We're having a lot of fun here. We're just hanging out. We're chatting with you guys. We always have a blast doing this kind of shit. So sitting around and bullshitting for a while, right? That's the term.
Yep. That's the term.
The coined phrase. So I'm not losing my voice, but I can start to feel it getting there in my vocal region. So
I mean, a 4-hour stream, that's gonna happen.
Especially when we're just reading articles pretty much nonstop and talking nonstop. There's no end to it, and we're putting stress on it because we're doing voices and accents and screaming and all kinds of stuff. All right, so exclusive. Seen any paranormal activity on your Ring device? You could win $100,000. Ring surveillance cameras aren't just for monitoring the living. What a great way to start this article. I like it. As soon as the Tangia dungeon commences, we can... I'll continue reading, but you guys will be able to see it. A spooky season commences. The home security company announced a haunted competition Tuesday with a chilling $100,000 prize. By the way, you guys have articles of the paranormal spooky you want us to read? Go ahead and send them to me in Discord. You need one of those insert name brands. Here's choose that specifically relax your vocal cords. Oh, one of those ones that Roddy Mama was talking about in that clip? Oh, that was for something else, not for vocal. Never mind.
It was for something else entirely.
My bad. The contest, open only to Americans that are at least 18 years old, is to submit the most compelling paranormal activity captured by a Ring device. I would encourage folks to really keep an eye on things that are happening in the front of their cameras. Ring Chief Commercial Officer Mimi Swain Ring Chief Commercial Officer Mimi Swain told USA Today, "We've just seen incredible things of floating orbs or shadows or ghosts show up on footage, and so we're really encouraging our Ring customers to have a little bit of fun with this. Only the first 5,000 entries received through November 1st will be considered. So the sooner users submit, the better." Ring's Great Ghost Search comes over a year after another unearthly contest when Ring asked users to submit footage of extraterrestrial beings. Swain said this year's competition, held during the busiest doorbell season of the year, is another chance for users to capture these moments that you otherwise wouldn't be able to notice.
I fucking love that meme.
Oh, there are all kinds of dogs. It's longer than that. There's a reason this is 200 bits. I probably should make it even longer, but... all kinds of dog memes.
I like the OG because it's a kid wanting to pet a bear.
Right.
And I'm like, that is how I'm going to die. I'm going to die petting a bear.
Whenever I go into Death's Joker stream, I play this alert. He's just got the video, the sound video. But this is funny because it's a compilation of all kinds of dogs basically dancing.
Love it. This is a long one. You should definitely charge more than 200 bits.
Gonna pet that dog, gonna pet that dog. Oh no, we're getting all blue screened.
We got blue screened.
Let's see. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Ah, stop. Stop it. There we go. We'll fix that one. There's all kinds of Can I Pet That Dog? Can I Pet That Dog? There's all kinds of them. I'll have to go through and check them all and see if I can get the shorter regular one. Thank you, Ninja, for sending us the blue screen. All right.
Blue screen of death.
Blue screen of death. Ring's Great Ghost Search comes over a year after the thing. Oh, I already read that one. Held the chance for users to capture these moments that you otherwise wouldn't be able to notice. So yeah, I guess that was the end of it. Oh, there's more. Stranger Things star Finn Wolfhard is among the panel of judges. Contest entries will be judged on the visibility and clarity of the ghost, as well as uniqueness, entertainment value, and engagement. Among the panel of judges are paranormal investigator Katrina Weidman and Ghostbusters actor Finn Wolfhard, according to Ring. Ring is known to catch all kinds of activity, but I know if I saw a ghost on my Ring camera, I'd want to move out as fast as possible, Wolfhard said in a news release. This Halloween season, I'm relying on my Ring camera to alert me of any activity happening in and around my house, even if it's the spooky or paranormal. Tips for capturing the best ghost footage. Entrants may use artificial aids such as costumes or accessories, man-made vehicles, makeup, props, or other artificial means to capture the ghost. An entry may include comedic depictions of ghosts according to the contest rules. For the full list of terms and conditions, click. So you can just fucking fake it.
You could just make it up. Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember a few years ago, there was a release of a video, and it was like somebody's trail cam, you know, like the kind of camera that you kind of put out like way in the back 40 if you have a lot of property. There was a few years ago where they were picking up a bunch of activity, and it was one of those motion sensor ones, like so it wouldn't kick on unless there was actually something to do. And so like this deer's walking by, right? And it seems normal and everything like that. And then a goddamn clown walks right past.
Oh. The clown.
But like I'm certain it was staged. There's no way it wasn't, but dear God, I saw that. I'm like, fuck it, nope. Kill it with fire.
Kill it with fire. I'm fucking out.
I'm out.
I'm out. I'm out. 2-7. Haha. Wrong keyboard. Wrong keyboard.
Oh.
All right. Use this. Just trying to keep track of where we are in our section of links. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog?
Yeah, that's gonna never not be in my head ever again.
I mean, let's be honest. We could put other songs in your head.
No.
Are you afraid of clowns? Some Blastgord wants to know, are you afraid of clowns?
In general, no. Out of context, 100%.
I'm not necessarily afraid of clowns, but I watched the movie Poltergeist, and that is the scariest fucking movie in the world that I won't ever watch again. And there's this part with the marionette puppet. So yeah. Now, even though when I played Dead by Daylight, the clown was my second favorite killer to play, But then again, I also don't have to look at it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's that.
There was that whole
Again,
moment. There was like a whole like 3 to 5 years of like the random clown sightings.
Yeah, I remember that. That was like right before COVID lockdowns were
Yeah.
happening. Like was leading up to that. Oh my God, the clowns were the portent for COVID. Um, yeah, no, like clowns in context, I don't have an issue with at all. Like if it's a kid's birthday party, or if it's a circus, or it's a parade, or anything like that, it's fine. It's when I'm on the bus and there's a fucking clown sitting on the chair just down the road that I'm like, who are you murdering and why are you on the bus?
Yeah. Do you remember? I'm looking it up right now. When did Egypt Live air?
Egypt Live?
When did Egypt Live Expedition Unknown air? April 7th, 2019. So, you mentioned, and I always have to say this, I always have to point this out. So, if people that don't know what Egypt Live is or was, there was an episode of Expedition Unknown that was kind of impromptu. So these researchers found a bunch of ancient tombs, ancient Egyptian tombs. They hadn't unlocked them and they were clearing them out. And Expedition Unknown ended up doing a live reveal of them when they actually were going to go, because they scheduled when they were going to go into the tombs and everything, and they video recorded the whole thing, the reveal of the mummies, unlocking the tombs, going in there, all of that, and they did it live to hundreds of millions of people all around the globe. Now, if you know anything about ancient mummies and Egyptian curses, that you're not supposed to do that because you will be cursed for viewing the unlocking of the mummies. They did 3 of them on live television on April 7th, 2019, which aired all around the world. Do you think that the world got cursed after that? I'll let you decide. Hashtag COVID.
There was there is a conspiracy theory that
this is just my conspiracy theory. Nobody else
this.
says it. Nobody else says this. Just me.
I'm probably not true, honestly, but there is a conspiracy theory about Hurricane Milton, actually, because during the break between Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, somebody accidentally, and this part is true, I know this, somebody in Tampa Bay accidentally dug up an ancient indigenous person's burial ground. And they were in the process of like putting in a driveway or some shit like that and just continued with their process. And then Hurricane Milton was like, hey, Hurricane Milton's coming. It's a Cat 5. Have fun, guys. And I'm like, okay, like I know correlation isn't causation, but dear God.
Right.
Put it back.
Put it back.
Fuck.
Put it back. That's what she said. Anyhow. Let's see.
I've got to stop drinking because I have got to pee again. And we're going to do one more article and then I'm going to step away.
Okay. So we've got some UFO stuff. Well, actually, let's do this one first. This is just a Reddit post that I found interesting and fun.
I do love Reddit, even if it's just a bunch of shit posting. I do love Reddit.
Oh, the post has been removed by the moderators.
Oh no!
This is like in the last 24 hours.
Can you paraphrase it?
So basically, it was a story about they were trying to understand it. Him and his mom were watching TV, and his dad had got up, walked past them, went into the bathroom, closed the door, and locked it, and then never came out. And they were like, what's going on? And then they got up and they went over and they checked the room. They checked the bathroom. They're like, are you okay in there? Is everything all right? No response. And they're like, are you okay? Give us some sort of response. Tell us, if everything.
Tell us you're not dead.
Yeah, and so they're like, shit, okay, well, let's see if we can find a key because the door was locked. Let's see if we can find like a key or something to unlock the door. And they went to go in, and the dad was in the other room watching TV. And they're like, when did you come out of the bathroom? He's like, I didn't go to the bathroom. Like, no, we saw you like a half hour ago. You went and used the restroom. He's like, no, I haven't left this. I've been watching a movie.
Fun
and
story,
they're like, you walked into the bathroom and closed and locked the door. He's like, no, I didn't. And they went, the door was still locked.
Wild. Real-time Mandela effect right there.
Yeah. So really interesting. That's it's a bummer.
My sound is being weird. Okay. I'm going to quick step away and pee, and then I'm going to figure out what's going on with my sound. I'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds good. You go do that, and I'm going to chat with the chat. I was getting my hair done a few months ago. We were talking about how my place is haunted and the thing we see around the house and other places. As I was looking in the handheld mirror and talking about the hauntings.
Have some snacky cakes. Snacky cake.
I will have a snack. I got one right here. Thank you for the snack. The mirror fell out of the handle and smacked me on the face and then hit the floor and shattered. Oh no! That's 7 years of bad luck for the ghost that did that. Thank you for the snack, Ninja. Thank you for the snack. Appreciate the snack. Woo! Hoo-wee, Mr. Druid. Hoo-wee. All right. That is sad. By the way, guys, if you like the paranormal, if you like some of the topics we're talking about today, Bentley13 right there in the chat is going to be joining me on Monday for Off the Pod. It's a paranormal Off the Pod. It's a redo. It's a redo of the paranormal Off the Pod. Bentley's going to be joining us. We haven't discussed topics or whatever. And maybe it'll just be kind of more of an open forum, or maybe who knows. So we will discuss over the course of the weekend what our topics are going to be, what we're going to talk about, how we're going to talk about it, and stuff like that. So I have some cool stuff to talk about. I have this cool new little thing here that I will bring up. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen. So yes, to many of you, it's just a rock with a hole in it. But you'll see that it's got more than. You'll see that there it's like three-dimensional.
But it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
This is called a hagstone, and the story behind how I got it is actually kind of cool. So we'll talk about the hagstone. Maybe I'll talk about what a hagstone is, what their properties are. Maybe we could talk about some other stones, other protective stones, what they do, and stuff like that as well. I don't know what Bentley wants to talk about, so we'll see. We'll talk about all kinds of stuff on Monday. Maybe we won't talk about the hagstone. Who knows? Who knows what we'll talk about on Monday with Bentley13 Paranormal Off the Pod, and maybe we'll see some shit move on our shelves again like we did last time. Who knows what'll happen when we are joined by the one and only Bentley13. Of course, Bentley13's birthday is this weekend. So we're just going to join Bentley13 on Sunday. Here's a little shouty outy. For Community Stream Day, we're going to be doing a spooky game right there.
Okay, that is helpful a little bit.
What are you showing us? TOS.
Wait, what was I supposed
Sorry,
to be
what
doing?
did you want me to do?
Description.
I was busy
Wine
doing something
description.
else. What did you want me to do?
Did you know that this wine is from...
Is for what?
Hold on.
What?
I'm trying to think of a wine description.
Yeah, just a word description.
Bentley getting us in trouble on stream. I'm reporting that clip. Holy cow. I need a black bar. Octavius, I need to borrow your black bar. Where is it?
Terms of service on that one? Good lord.
What's that?
Did you just get a terms of service on that one?
I might. Holy crap. I was supposed to be a booby streamer. That's what Bentley says. She was supposed to be a booby streamer. Wait, you mean you're not? I thought you just normally were.
That's called an accountant.
Oh. Accounting
Yes,
for the accountancies.
So apparently my headphones are just fucked. I don't know why, but you were cutting out like half the time. So I'm gonna kind of raw dog it here a little bit and see what happens.
Okay, can you hear me fine?
I can, but I'm worried about my microphone because I'm just using the speakers on my laptop. So I'm worried about my microphone picking up your voice. So I'm gonna stay on mute and just unmute when I talk.
Well, let's just test it and see if we get some feedback.
Okie dokie, we'll give that a shot.
We'll just test it and see. Yeah, I'm not getting feedback, so hello there, everybody. Yeah, no feedback.
All right, as long as people aren't hearing two of you, I'm good.
And if I don't hear two of me, then they won't hear two of me. So there we go. We do have a dungeon coming up! !Join to join in on the dungeon. I don't know. I do have another couple outfits for the dungeon game. They haven't approved them yet. And we're still waiting for Bentley to level up her character so that she can wear the pumpkin armor. I'll hear two of you if I put you on the TV as well. Fair enough.
I mean, that is how that works.
That is how it works. So we've got a New Frock UFO sighting. If you guys haven't ever been to New Frock, and you can see like it's blocked here, but New Frock is literally where everybody reports UFO sightings and you can get information. So, I mostly just wanted to show you guys this and share the information on NUFORC. Oh, I guess it's New Fork. But it's a New Fork. It's like a video game console or something. So they show you all these cool little things on here. I'm waiting for the dungeon to go away before I do the things. I can just go like this. Oh, right. So it's there, and then it's gone, and it's there, and then it's gone. So we're just gonna go like that. So New Fork UFO sighting 182788. So you can find these things, and they have a whole list of them. So on this is very interesting. So this was reported in looks like August 26th, August 26th, 2024. It occurred in 1944. So they just reported it, but they claim it happened in 1944. Duration
80 years ago.
Duration 10 seconds. Number of observers 1. Location Ukraine. The date says 1944, somewhere between Estonia and Bucharest during World War II. Shape light. Color Foo Fighter orb. I don't know how that's a color. Estimated size N, viewed from land. Direction from viewer found on YouTube. Angle of elevation 45, closest estimate. So, okay. So they're reporting a thing that they saw on you. Okay. Found 2 Foo Fighters on this vintage World War II 16mm gun camera footage. Oh, shit. World War II 16mm gun camera footage of a BF-110 firing on 3 DB-3 Russian bombers on YouTube. It's amazing. I stumbled across this video on YouTube while watching old World War II dogfights, and lo and behold, I found a video where there's clearly 2 Foo Fighters that are clearly visible in this video. There's no way in hell it's fake while this plane was using a 16mm gun camera, but for some reason nobody ever saw them on this video. Most every ufologist talks about Foo Fighters, and there's plenty of World War II pilots that said they saw them, but other than some blurry pictures, and believe me, I've searched, I've never seen such definitive proof other than this video. Before I send the video, I need to tell you some things to observe because I've studied this video to death. When you see the first craft enter the screen from the front and go under and to the left of the BF-110, watch the pilot's reaction. You can clearly see his tracer rounds and his plane deviate to the left while he's watching it go by. By the way, that's 3:44 seconds into the video. Let's write that down. 3:44
3:44
seconds into the video. When you see the next craft, it comes from the top right-hand corner of the screen and goes in front of the bombers, then does a 90-degree turn to the left and goes right by the BF-110 on his left side. If you look when it enters the screen at the top right-hand corner, this is a lot. My brain is just going, meh. You're just reading words and they aren't translating. When it enters the screen in the top right-hand corner, you will see that the pilot's tracer rounds go from hitting the bomber to his tracers flying wildly up and to the right, and he wasn't shooting at the craft. It's because the nose of the plane goes up because he saw that craft, and then the craft does a hard left turn. The exact same thing happens again. I'm figuring depending on the mouth of this happened somewhere around Estonia and Bucharest where Russians were advancing on Germans because the dogfight was on over one of the seas, which was either the Baltic or the Black Sea. And if you're watching the beginning, there was flak guns shooting at the bombers when the BF-110s got behind the flak guns, reframed the firing. But that's just a rough guess. You can find the video here at this link. We're going to watch that shit. Hold on.
Can you send me the link to that in our chat?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it looks like this video is 6 minutes long, and they've got it starting at the 4 minute mark. So we're going to start where they have it pinged. Because they linked it that way. I'm also going to go post this link in the Discord. And by the way, Toasty Toesies, I've got that picture you sent me. Thank you. I'm going to send it to the Blind GM right now so he knows that there's an emote coming. This is from when you froze on the screen.
Oh, no. Earned now. Oh, Lord.
With the eyes rolled in the back of the head.
That's pretty good. I like that. Nah. All right, let's watch some Foo fighting.
All right. Not sure if I like the whole Flight of the Valkyries thing. Oh, he got a hit on him. Got a hit on that plane. Another hit. All right, what did he say? Oh, he said 344, right? Let's go back to 344. I'm going to go back to 344. I'm going back to 329, so we just get a scope. I'm not really seeing anything. I mean, it's cool. Whoa! Maybe I did just see something. Maybe I blinked. Oh no, that was just a film blemish. Oh, I see it up there.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that wasn't like film static. You know, that wasn't like the recording static or whatever.
That was fully a thing. I mean, I suppose it could have been artillery? We'll go back.
So yeah, it's around the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, it was like 4:10, something like that.
4:14.
There it is.
4:17, yeah, right there.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't do a 90-degree turn, but it did change trajectory.
Well, this is a 6-minute long video. Maybe there's another part where it does more stuff. Because he says it comes back.
Also, I didn't know these old dogfight videos were on YouTube. I know what I'm going to be doing with the rest of my week. That was so wild to see that.
Yeah.
Sorry, just the engine getting hit and catching on fire. That was wild. But the UFO was too.
Well, the fact of how like you can compare it to how fast they're moving, and how they're moving, and how, like, you know, that's a lot to move. They don't have the maneuverability as much as they had back in the day. But then you see that thing being like, Zheom. I only saw the two, one around 350, maybe, I forget, you were in control, and then one at 414. We go to around 350.
350.
So Sunstrider said. Oh yeah, okay. So that wasn't a bullet. At first I thought that was a round.
Yeah, no, same.
So at around 340, 351, yeah, and it starts to drop and come down.
Well, and again...
And that means the sucker circled around. It went down, and that means it circled back around.
The two instances in the same video... There it is. Okay, so the two instances in the same video... Like, my initial guess was that it was artillery, but it's moving slower... It's moving faster than the planes, but slower than the rounds of...
Yeah, and this one is like, it's coming across the... That's cool.
That's cool. Also, tracer rounds are just neat.
Right. Well, that is very unique and very cool. I'm digging it.
Oh. And again, I know what I'm doing the rest of my week.
Right. So yeah, the New Fork UFO sightings, you can just go in there and you can just, I'm just going to show you guys. You can file a report. And then you can just go into the data bank. National UFO Reporting Center online database. Highlighted reports, indexed by date, state, country. All right, we're going to go here. We're just going to go look. Let's go. Minnesota, that's where we're at.
Sure.
So the last one in Minnesota was September 30th, 2024. In Lake St. Croix Beach. Stationary to super fast to disappear. Bemidji had one. Barnum had one. Orb split into two, making pulsating triangular form. Could feel sensation in my eyes. Kenyan, flared colored orb. Chinese lantern, maybe. And they have explanations on them. Oh, I wonder if that one has a... No blinking light. Took a photo. Once I started recording, the object disappeared. Photo showed. They don't have the photo. They don't have the photo added. Norwood Young America. Yeah, I've heard Norwood Young America has a bunch of stuff. Oh, Woodbury. I was outside standing by a bonfire when I noticed white orbs hovering together. Possibly aircraft. Yeah, probably. Anybody got a place you want me to look up?
Roswell, New Mexico, 1950.
I'll go to New Mexico. Let's click on New Mexico. Rio Rancho. Media. Oh, it says media, yes. This one, okay, so let's see. It says media. Media, yes. Isn't that just like a moon or a star? Oh, video. It's just like, it's, I mean, if it moved.
Filming somebody's porch light.
Something, yeah, I don't know what. Nothing special. Their smaller lights get absorbed by larger light and then disappeared. Fast-moving black orb aircraft in Alamogordo.
Alamogordo. You keep going. My internet's being funky. I'm going to try a thing.
I don't see
it
nothing
might involve
there.
swearing.
Sort occurred from oldest to newest. Well, now we're oldest. Now we're oldest to newest. So this one is 1929. Shape circle, reported in 2021. Let's do reported oldest to newest. Oldest is 1995. Yeah, occurred, I guess, would be. When was Roswell? Here's Roswell right here. Sphere in Roswell, where aliens looking for their dead. Where's the ones that say media? What's the oldest media they have right here? 1978. 12/18. Just a.
This got a good beat.
Pedro, let me know when you're back. And also let me know when you're going to turn off your camera, because I didn't know you had switched it.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out something with my internet.
Yeah, no problem. Albuquerque, New Mexico. New Frock sighting. Oh, right. They have a direction of UFO flew off from a complete standstill at a tremendous length. House UFO was over in Albuquerque. House was over. My house, my friend's house. Our house. In the middle of the street. Our house.
Our house.
Well, that's kind of some shitty. Not real media. It's not real media.
Fake media.
It's fake
Fake
media.
news.
Oh, it's an illustration. At least they said that it's an illustration, but that's what it looked like. I want to see some cool footage. I want to see some cool footage. No, we just looked at this one. This one was garbage. Garbage.
Garbage. It's garbage.
That one's okay. That one's.
It's on.
Okay, these ones up here are just reflections. That's just lens flare. Oh wow, that thing's moving backwards. So the light is shining one direction and it's moving backwards. That tree should have blocked that light though. At any rate, that's the New Fork website, guys. The National UFO Reporting Center. Go and check it out. Go on a deep dive. Find all kinds of footage, videos, stuff like that, and have fun. And if you find anything really cool, make sure to share me the link. So speaking of, and welcome back, by the way, Adam. Speaking of the of UFOs and aliens and all that kind of stuff, aliens at the Miami Mall, police say lull. This is from NBC News. Despite memes and a flurry of speculation online, the Miami Police Department ruled out aliens as a possibility. Teens running, police converging, and a gray splotch that appears to be moving. Videos from an outdoor mall in Miami stoked wild claims this week on social media. The aliens had landed on Earth, but the truth is far more terrestrial. On Monday, a group of roughly 50 teenagers caused a riot at Bayside Marketplace, an outdoor mall roughly 5 miles from South Beach. According to the Miami Police Department, the teens were setting off fireworks, which led to a panic as some assumed there was a shooting, said Miami Police Department Public Information Officer Michael Vega. Shink! Like from Street Fighter. Vega. He's got a mask and everything.
Right. Yep.
I completely lost my place on here. Totally professional. It's like Vega. 4 teens were arrested. Police were dispatched for crowd control due to the juveniles refusing to leave, Vega said in an email to NBC News. Some businesses were temporarily closed to allow us to clear the area. In the days after the incident, users on social media launched a speculation frenzy, homing in on what they described as Miami Mall aliens. Some suggesting police were responding to aliens, not teenagers. Several people reviewed video of the incident circulating online and claimed they could see an alien figure in the grainy footage. Others quickly posted memes, such as this AI image. While many of the response... What's that?
You gotta love AI.
Yeah, AI. While many of the responses online appeared lighthearted, the posts show just how quickly and easily misinformation can spread on social media. The response also underscores an uptick in interest in extraterrestrial activity, from hearings in Congress last summer about unidentified aerial phenomenon, or UAPs to New Mexico's Congress showing off what it claimed were non-human aliens. Both of those events have become a prime meme fodder. However, Vegas said aliens had nothing to do with Monday's incident. There were no aliens, he wrote in the email, and no airports were closed. Nothing is being withheld from the public. LOL. Still, by Friday afternoon, Okay, so wait a second. All right, so they're quoting him. There were no aliens. Oh, there were no aliens, he wrote in the email. No airports were closed. Okay. I was like, are they quoting him laughing out loud? And in the quotes, they're putting LOL? But no, it's from an email. And thank you for the Mario Death, Sunstrider. Still, by Friday afternoon, Miami Mall alien was trending on social media site Twitter, formerly known as X.
Wait. It's the other way around, but fair enough. Continue.
I was just wondering how long it would take before anybody caught that.
I refuse to call it X, so...
I just say both. 10-foot aliens, creatures caught on camera, fired at outside Miami Mall. Fired at inside and outside Miami Mall. Media silent. Cops are covering it up. Says kids were fighting with fireworks. Yet all these cop cars and air traffic stopped that night except for a black military chopper. And no media coverage whatsoever, claimed the post on X, which on Friday appeared to trigger a new slew of conspiracy theories and memes. So maybe it was. Maybe that was the truth. Because, well, of course, if the cops are trying to cover it up, then, of course, the cops saying, the quotes of the cops saying, no, could still be him covering it up.
Could be. Could be.
Which on Friday appeared to trigger a new slew of conspiracy theories and memes. One person posted what happened to be an AI image of a generic alien holding shopping bags and joked it was the Miami Mall alien. Another person shared an image of golfer Tiger Woods holding out his hand as if to shake another person's hand with the caption, "Me to the alien if I'd been at Miami Mall." Others remarked that the new year was bound to be wild if 80 aliens had been spotted mere days into January. 5th day into the new year, now people spotting aliens in the Miami Mall 2024 is in for one hell of a ride, the person wrote. It's easy enough to verify the air traffic didn't stop. It is easy enough. But they said it did stop. They said it did stop. At least that person said it stopped. I don't know if it did.
They claimed it did. They claimed it did on Twitter, which we all know is a bastion of honesty and truth.
Of course. Why would someone lie on Twitter?
I know, right?
I mean, what the hell? Running down in the drink because I have a feeling that there might be a refill before we go. Others remarked that the new year was bound to be wild if aliens had been spotted mere days into January. 5th day into the new year, now people are spotting aliens in the Miami Mall. Is in for one hell of a ride, the person wrote. There were, of course, some who wondered if there was an alien sighting. Where's the proof? Just like the same place of all the other alien sightings, dumbass. Everybody has cell phones, but nobody has an up-close video of an 8 to 10 foot tall alien by the Miami Mall. I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah.
By the way, we have a drink refill.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Bentley.
I will drink this.
Partake in the refills of the drinky. Yes. If it's on the internet, it must be true. All right. Let's see here. What else do we got? Oh, yeah. We need something like a waterfall sound alert for the drink refill. Yeah, I haven't done it in a while, so like it's lapsed my brain hole for that. Somebody post it in my mod area or message me to remind me to do it. I'll make a little note later down the road.
I mean, for the last little bit here, do you want to just share like personal stories?
There is one more article I want to do.
Okay.
And then we can totally share. I mean, you can share personal stories. I've already shared so many personal stories, but you are more than welcome to. And other people are welcome to send us their personal stories as well. All right, so where is this? Is it this one? Yes. Actually, if you want to share, you can chat with the peoples and tell a story, and I will go and use the restroom. How does that sound for a flippy floppy switchy swatchy?
Oh, it sounds like a flippy floppy switchy swatchy.
All right, well, flippity floppy switchity swatchy. I will be right back, and Adam has your undivided attention, or vice versa.
You know, I've actually never had a UFO encounter in my life. A lot of it has to do with the fact that I am legally blind. And so if I had encountered anything, I would be oblivious. But all of that said, I've had a fair few number of ghost encounters. We were talking about Glen Sheen Mansion earlier in the stream, and it is a mansion in Duluth. It was built in, I think it was between 1905 and 1908. I've been there so many gosh darn times at this point, I should remember this stuff. And there was a murder there, a pretty prominent murder in the 1970s. One of the original family members an adoptive family member killed a maid who lived there, and they didn't love talking about it for a really long time. But a book came out maybe 15 years ago, talking all about the murders, or the murderer rather. But the house is quite old, and it is sort of a remnant of the old like robber baron days. And there is I've had a couple of interesting encounters there. We were on a tour some years ago, and we were in one of the bedrooms of the one of the boy children of the Congdon family. Those are the people that owned and built the house. And I happened to peek out one of the windows at the balcony, and there was just a dude standing there smoking a cigarette. Kind of old-fashioned clothing and everything like that. And I asked the docent, who's that guy? Like, should he be out there? Because like the access to the balcony is only through the window. Like there isn't a door. You literally have to climb out the window to get there. And like as far as I knew, all the windows in here were sealed shut because Minnesota and old windows and the docent looked out the window and went, "What are you talking about?" And I looked out again, and there was nobody there. And to this day, I swear, like every so often, whenever I go back fairly frequently, and one of my favorite spots in the world is on the grounds of Glensheen Mansion. We go back fairly frequently, and every time I go, I get a little glimpse of the guy, usually out of the corner of my eye, or every once in a while when I'm walking through the house, I'll see him right through the window, and I'll get a direct look at him. But yeah, and they're to date, I've heard a number of other individuals telling me that they've seen a similar occurrence, but I've not been able to verify with anybody that works there that is a thing. So
does he age?
No.
So he looks the same as he did the first time?
Looks the same as he did the first time. So reading kind of between the lines a little bit, like I believe this was the middle son. I think his name was Robert. It's been a minute since I actually took the tour, so I don't remember the name specifically, but I think his name was Robert, and I got the impression that was something he did a lot, like step out onto his balcony, because this was right outside of his bedroom.
Right.
Step out onto his balcony to smoke a cigarette. Because like the balcony has this fucking amazing view of Lake Superior, surrounded kind of framed by the trees on either side. So it's this gorgeous view. So like, why wouldn't you?
Right.
So if anything, it would be more like a residual kind of haunting, if anything else.
That's kind of cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I like to talk about the paranormal so much so that like a lot of my experiences I've expressed on here.
Sure.
Possibly ad nauseum, but yeah, it's
well, they redeemed this stream, so it must not have gotten that old.
That's true. Or I put the stream redeem so cheap that they could do all of them and still have extra left over. We will see. We will see, because you know what? We're doing more. There are good starting tomorrow. It's tomorrow's stream. There will be 5-ish new options for redeems. So, and some of them will be, cool and unique. So we will add another one of these to the options, so you guys can vote to have another one of these episodes down the road. There will maybe be another fishing lure stream redeem option. There will possibly be a Stream Raiders option, and many of you guys maybe miss Stream Raiders, or Words on Stream, or or maybe a retro stream. All kinds of options are going to come up. So I've got a little list of possible streams for down the road, for specialty streams. If there's a specialty stream you might want to see, suggest it, and I can put it on the list, and then people can vote to see if you want to see those specialty streams. Among Us stream. God, I haven't played Among Us in a hot couple years. years. It's been at least 4 years since I played Among Us.
I think the last time we did that, it was a group event for my kid's birthday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's the last time I played. I think you were there too.
Was it? Maybe.
I think
golf.
So, yeah.
Golf with friends.
Yeah. Your favorite pastime, Nick?
Yeah, sorry, I got something in my eye, Sunstrider. Right there. Oh, yeah, there, I got it. I got it, yo. Maybe a Minecraft stream, huh?
Sure.
Maybe a community. Maybe we'll do another Bed Wars or something.
We could do like a survival blitz where we try to get as much done in a short amount of time as we can.
Yeah, something like that. Gang beasts. All kinds of options. So we'll see what I put together on there down the road. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready for some history?
Let's do it. I like history.
Rendlesham Forest UFO. Are we any closer to the truth 40 years on? 40 years later. 40 years ago, a remote forest of Suffolk was the scene of one of the most famous reported UFO sightings in history. So just what did happen? And will we ever know for sure? This is basically the UK's version of Roswell, for those of you that don't know the story.
Suffolk.
Suffolk. Yeah. What did I say? Suffolk?
Suffolk.
Because it's a Suffolk story. See what I did there?
It's spelled that way, but it is Suffolk.
Suffolk. Is that like DX? Suffolk.
Yep. Suffolk.
On, to go off on a tangent, for those of you who are wrestling fans, do you remember when they came out and did like a national news thing and they're like, we will not say these words. We will not say, and they proceed to say all the things they're not allowed to say on TV. And then they kept like, you're not supposed to say that. And he's like, oh shit, god damn it, son of a bitch. Do you remember that by chance?
I do, yeah.
So the NXT ended up moving to the CW this week.
Okay. Oh damn, all right.
And if you don't know, DX basically now runs all of WWE in the real world, reality. Triple H is in charge of WWE main. He's in charge of all the creative, everything there. The McMahons really, other than his wife being his wife, she doesn't really actually work there. None of the McMahons actually work for the company anymore. They're all out.
Okay.
So Hunter runs the company, and he has put in charge Shawn Michaels in charge of creative for NXT.
Oh God.
And so you've got these two guys are on TV, and so they're basically doing the announcement of NXT moving to the CW, and they basically redo that skit, except for they change all of the terms to modern slang and lingo. And like, we will make sure that we include the words Giat, and and they start just going through all of the terms. So if you guys are wrestling fans, go back and go and watch the original, and then watch the new thing they've done. It's kind of funny. 40 years ago, a remote forest in Suffolk was the scene of one of the most famous reported UFO sightings in history. So what did happen, and will we ever know for sure? Vince Thurkettle was out chopping wood one morning in Rendlesham Forest in late December 1980 when a car drew up. Out stepped two men aged about 30 dressed in suits. Good morning. Do we mind if we ask you some questions? Asked one in a well-spoken English accent. Good morning. Good morning. Earlier,
top of the morning to you.
Good top of the morning to you. It's probably a little bit more Irish than English, eh?
That's fully Leprechaun Irish right
fully
there.
Leprechaun Irish. Earlier on, we'd have to do our Mucky accent, our Mucky McFly accent, which I still couldn't do. Earlier on 26 and 28 December, United States Air Force security personnel stationed at nearby RAF Woodbridge had reported seeing strange lights in the surrounding forest. And this is Vince Thurkettle, now 64, who was a forestry worker at the time of the incident. Forestry worker Mr. Thurkettle's announced and unidentified visitors asked if he had been out the previous night. Let me reread that sentence. After I looked at it, because I'm like, that is weird. Forestry worker Mr. Thurkettle's unannounced and unidentified visitors asked if he had been out the previous night. I said no, he recalls. They said, did you leave the house at all? Did you see anything? I said, what?
Yeah.
They said, oh, there's a report of some red lights in the forest. We're just checking. And the two of them, very politely but firmly, asked me probably about 20 questions. I thought they were journalists. They suddenly said, oh, well, fair enough. There's probably nothing in it, and left. So I bought the papers every day for the next few days to find out what was going on. And of course, there was nothing. 3 years later, however, the sighting made the news of the world front page history. The sighting made a news of the world front page story. It proclaimed UFO lands in Suffolk, and that's official. The story was based on a memo from RAF Woodbridge Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Charles Halt to the Ministry of Defense. It was released by the U.S. government and described an encounter with an apparent UFO in the forest. Since then, the sightings have been the source of much debate and speculation among UFO enthusiasts, and the subject of numerous books, articles, and TV programs. In March, a documentary concluded the sightings had achieved legend status like the Loch Ness or King Arthur. The forest even has its own official UFO trail complete with life-size replicas of a flying saucer. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Thank you, Sunstrider. Mr. Thurkettle's story: in the UK, authorities have said that they did not learn about the incident until Halt's memo, but the memo was not written until 2 weeks after he received his visit, he says. So someone must have told them before. I gotta take a drink. My mouth and voice is like having wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, bullshitty shit fuckers.
It's your favorite. It's your favorite phrase.
When I can say it. But hey, if I can't say it, I can certainly try.
You can certainly try.
But the memo was not written until 2 weeks after he received his visit, he says. So someone must have told them before, he says. Only after the visit did Mr. Thurkettle begin to hear rumors of a UFO sighting in the forest. He begged his boss to show him the scene, but when he got there, my heart absolutely plummeted, he says. It was nothing. It was an absolutely normal glade in the forest with 3 rabbit scrapes, and they're all carefully marked. That happened to be roughly a triangle, he says. I mean, there was a ring of sticks around it marking it, and I think fair dues to the Americans. What is that phrase? Fair dues?
No idea.
Google. What does fair dues mean? Fair dues is an expression that means equal shares or treatment, or an appeal for equal shares or treatment. So like a horse apiece, or 6 to 1, half dozen to the other.
Got it.
I think fair dues to the Americans. The stream needs more mucky. It does need more mucky. We need more mucky. If they'd been out at night and saw a light and came back in the daytime looking for something, I could totally understand why they said, this must be it.
Got it.
As a countryman born and bred, however, he saw nothing unusual. It was completely natural glade, and they've said things like, but they were broken branches. Well, the forest is full of broken branches. They saw burn marks on the trees. They said obviously there was heat radiating out from the spacecraft, and it burnt these trees. But it wasn't. It was one of the Rangers, Bill Briggs, with an axe. Mr. Thurnkettle, now 64, was one of the first people to suggest an alternative theory to explain the sighting. It took place, he says, in the only part of the forest where it was possible to see the since dismantled Orfordness Lighthouse. It's weird because you've got a slightly sloping patch of Rendlesham Forest, then probably a couple miles, then Gedgrave Hill. And there was a gap in the trees.
Hill.
What?
Gedave Hill.
Gedave Hill?
I'm adding some awesome stuff.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm making shit up.
Make it up. Then 8 miles or whatever to the Orfordness Lighthouse. UFO believers have talked to the lighthouse keepers who said it never beams towards the land, and I think rubbish. That means garbage, guys. I've stood in the beam of the lighthouse. I've looked at it and the forest. What, you like that one?
Yeah, I like rubbish.
Rubbish. We have some author friends, and one of them, I was like, you're doing an American character, and they were talking about rubbish in the rubbish bin. Just saying. But who are Mr. Thurnkettle's mysterious visitors? He isn't sure, but he gets annoyed when people assume he's claiming to have been visited by the fabled Men in Black, who, it is said, interrogate and harass UFO eyewitnesses. I say, oh, that isn't what I'm saying. I'm telling you that the chronology, which is part of this story, is wrong. So they've got like a little child drawing of something, of a mountain, I guess. I don't know. The triangular UFO. Right. Journalist and academic Dr. David Clark, whose requests led to the MOD's file on the Rendlesham incident began being released, says the most logical explanation was that Mr. Thurnkettle's visitors were local newspaper reporters who had possibly learned of the incident from local police. He says the original sightings by the U.S. Air Force security guards had not been fully explained. There is still an element of mystery. What happened to those 3 guys on the first night, I still find baffling. Maybe they did see something that was inexplainable. He says, one of the guards was John Burroughs. John Burroughs! See, we got to do that. Burroughs. He went to investigate the sighting and says he first saw a beacon in the distance in the forest with green, red, orange, and white lights. I take it back. I apologize for me complaining about how long your article was. Just saying. And welcome on in, Wino. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us. Look at that. Wino's got himself a conductor badge, a hypertrain conductor badge.
Woo.
All right. As he and his colleagues approach Mr. Burroughs, you say it.
Burroughs.
Thank you. Says they saw, you might have a much better Scottish rolling R, especially in this context. Says they saw white light silently explode and then red oval sun-like object in the clearing. It lifted up through the trees and shot back towards the coast. Mr.
Burroughs,
who served in the U.S. Armed Forces for 27 years, says, it's been a crazy 40 years since the encounter. Just when you think the story is over, another thing happens. We do have a Tangier dungeon that just spawned, by the way. Get on in on that. This month, he has published a new book, Weaponization of an Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon, in which he outlines research that he says shows the incident. Thank you for the follow, Black Mage UK. And Quadraphonic, thank you so much for those follows, guys. Welcome on in. He shows the incident was caused by experiments. Oh, Quadraphonic, the alert just doubled back.
Yep.
They were studying the energy fields for different applications to include military use, he says. Mr.
Burroughs
claims that the lighthouse was emitting EMF frequencies towards the Rendlesham Forest. Thank you, Arvok. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. He stresses, I never went on the record to say it was a spaceship because I didn't know. What he saw was some sort of energy or plasma, which could be a form of intelligence. A form of intelligence. A form. Ah. God dang it, I just scrolled. I lost my place. Oh my god, we lost everything. He stresses, I never went on the record to say it was a spaceship because I didn't know. What he saw was some sort of energy or plasma, which could be a form of intelligence, which is true. Oh, there's the sign of the Rendlesham Forest UFO Trail sign. Dr. Clark, writing in a blog, has interviewed Ministry of Defense official Simon Whedon, who told him the Rendlesham claims were found to be of no defense significance. Mr. Whedon, who left the MOD in 1988, was the first to investigate Lieutenant Colonel Holt's memo. Nearly always the reports we got were from ordinary members of the public, he tells Dr. Clark. This one was very unusual in that it came from a military source. He circulated the memo, but none of the radar stations reported, none of the radio stations checked, comma. That's why I'm having a hard problem with this. They have no punctuation. Okay, they have some punctuation, but they're missing it. There's no comma after checked. They circulated the memo, but none of the radar stations checked reported anything unusual on the logs over the Christmas holidays. No punctuation. No commas, no nothing.
Rude.
Once we had been through all the basic checks, comma, and found there was nothing seen on radar, no obvious explanation, no obvious threat to air defense, we decided no further action was needed, said Mr. Whedon. All right. Writer Brenda Butler of Leiston, Suffolk, has been amused by some of the UFO tourism that has grown up around the forest. You realize we got 8 landing sites down here, she says. Everybody's got their own take on it. If you go down there with any of the witnesses, they'll take you somewhere else.
Yeah.
Ms. Butler, who co-wrote the 1986 book on the case, Sky Crash, believes the U.S. may have recovered a Russian satellite. It has got to be something to do with the Americans or the Russians or the Cold War, she says. There are loads of files still to be released. but there has been such a big cover up, nobody will ever know what really happened. I'd like to get the bottom of it all, but I guess we never will. And that is the Rendlesham Forest UFO. That is the UK's version of Roswell.
I mean, that's the issue that we run into with a lot of like UFO stuff in particular, right? Like, I really struggle with conspiracy theory a lot of times because, you know, in the extreme end of it, we get shit like QAnon, right? Where it's just absolutely bonkers stuff where.
Oh no, did we lose you again? We lost him. One more time. Ba-ba-da. We lost ourselves in Adam. One more time. We lost an Adam. One more time.
You have to walk.
Are you back?
I'm back. I was going on a tangent and didn't realize I'd froze.
You completely froze again.
Okay, where'd you lose me?
You said something about like one of the things like QAnon.
Gotcha. So one of the things about conspiracy theory in particular is that, you know, on the extreme end of it, you get shit like QAnon where you're, you know, got lizard people who are eating babies in the, you know, basements of pizza places in Washington, D.C. But on the other hand of it, you actually have government entities who are actively working to cover up things like UFOs.
Right.
As the declassified documents that came out, was it last year or the year before, specifically stated, yeah, we've absolutely discovered some UFOs. And, you know, everybody was so over everything that had been going on thus far that everybody was just kind of like, eh. So we run into this sort of dichotomy of like, where do we draw the line of reason in terms of conspiracy theory, right? Like, what is a reasonable conspiracy theory to have versus a not reasonable conspiracy theory to have? Now, obviously, the one that I mentioned with QAnon is an extreme one, but there's less extreme ones that are, you know, potentially that are still kind of out there, but potentially credible. And that's where I really struggle with things like UFOs and everything like that and sightings like this. Now, it sounds like this situation, based on what the park, you know, the guy who was basically a park ranger or woods person or whatever, was like, yeah, no, there wasn't a landing here. This is just how the forest is. Like,
yeah,
I can kind of get behind that, but like, clearly, you know, government entities do cover this stuff up.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, where do you draw your line of reason on that?
Yeah. It's kind of funny because if you look just at history in general, as far as the UFO things go, like I've always said that like movies and stuff is influenced by the government.
Sure.
Like when the height of the 90s started to kick in,
yeah,
I was like, yeah, UFOs and all that was really getting big. Oh, there's this new movie called The Men in Black.
Yeah.
How apropos all of a sudden that there's this movie during a time when, you know, that's starting to make headway. And I know people who had family members that were into astronomy and had lots of like astronomical. Is that the right term?
That is the right term, yes.
It's just used weirdly in other things. Astronomical type footage and video footage and stuff like that. And they said like a series of people came in black sedans wearing black suit and ties. They had this really weird, eerie, creepy feeling about them. And they took all of their uncle's shit and just left. And they couldn't track them. They couldn't figure out who they were. They filed a robbery report and nothing happened.
And yeah, I mean, again, there's a conspiracy theory that states that the U.S. government influenced Hollywood to create a movie to sort of sensationalize this idea of the Men in Black.
To gaslight us.
Yeah, to basically gaslight the American public into being like, when this actually happens, nobody believes them.
Yeah.
You know, and
Tommy Lee Jones showed up at your door.
Yeah. Oh, Will Smith showed up at your door. And that's the thing is like, you know, if you look back historically at how the US government has handled very specific situations, in terms of news media and everything like that, like that happens a lot. And as news media gets more prevalent, you know, with the 24-hour news cycle with social media, all of that stuff, it's really, really hard to differentiate between what is real real news and what is fake news. And I hate that that term is a necessary thing because it's been used to it's been heavily politicized. That term has fake news, but it's true, there is fake news out there. It's just generally not the people who are screaming fake news who are creating the fake, or who
right.
It's the people who are screaming fake news that are generally creating the fake news.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So yeah, that's where my UFOs like. I want to like. Do I believe that there is life outside of Earth out there? Absolutely. Yes. There's no way. Like, it is so specifically arrogant of humanity to be like, no, we're the only ones in the entire width and breadth of the universe.
Right.
That is such a narrow-minded view. Like, there's so much universe out there, and we are so infinitesimal within that universe. Like, if there's not life out there, that statistically improbable.
But the question is that life force, are those things, are they coming here?
Right. And
that's the question.
That I don't for sure know. I
don't think you know.
I don't.
But it was more of a, what do you believe?
I do believe that we've had visitors from an extraterrestrial source. Is it? There's the one theory that says that, like, it's sort of like the Star Trek Prime Directive, where like they don't get involved until a certain like technological threshold is met.
Right.
And there's a whole theory behind it. It's not Star Trek, it's not the Prime Directive, but it's something like that.
Something similar.
Where basically alien life isn't going to engage with humanity on a substantive level, like in an open level, until we hit a certain technological or sociological threshold.
Yeah. And you froze again. Frozen! Let it go. Let it go. We're going to play this clip that Sunstrider posted. We're going to listen. I'm assuming I sang some shit.
Oh, there you are.
Oh no, did we lose you again?
Yeah, there you are. Can you see me now?
Oh, I'm playing a clip. We lost him.
Oh, okay.
One more time. Ba-ba-da. We lost. Okay, so yeah, it is a clip of me singing some stupid shit.
Gotcha.
I was playing a clip.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sunstrider, for clipping me singing one more time.
One more time. Anyway, I have no idea where I lost you. The point is that the whole theory is that they're not going to engage with humans until they hit a certain technological and sociological threshold. And I can definitely see them not wanting to engage with humanity on this point, because we are so divided. We are so fractured. We are so just very differentiated on what is and is not considered okay throughout the world. It's not just in the United States. It's everywhere. And so if I were an alien and I came in and I'm like, I would love to see a united planet. Oh, that's not what that is.
No. Nope. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
So, lesson to be learned, people: love one another, take care of each other, and be good peoples. Be good peoples. Don't be assholes.
Love thy neighbor. Full stop.
Love thy neighbor. Hello, Killian music. Killian popping over here. We love the Killian music. All right, guys. I think that's going to be the end of it for the news and stories of the paranormal.
Fun to dance to.
Of course, I want to say thank you, Adam, for joining me today. I hope you had a good time. I hope you had fun. I had fun. This goes a lot.
I had a lot of fun. I am stressed the fuck out because of my internet right now, but I did have a good time.
Maybe it's not the internet. Maybe it's just the spirits and the ghosts of the universe saying, we're not allowed to have you chat.
Maybe. I don't know. But I'm going to probably blame the internet because it consistently degrades over time.
Nick's story ends here. Thank you for staying.
Ends here. Change my mind. It's a change my mind. You can insert. So the Tangia allows you, there's some image, they're called image flip, and it will be a meme and it'll flip into space and you can put your text in and it'll fill in whatever you want. So Thank you for that, Ninja. Much appreciated. But yeah, that's going to end it for today's episode of the news, the stories of the paranormal. I am sure that this will not be the last time that happens. Again, if you guys enjoyed the show, when it pops up, you can spend your channel points to have another episode of this show later on down the road. I'm losing my voice. Excuse me. So, again, Adam, thank you so much for being here. We're going to raid on out, everybody. We got a friend who's doing some spooky, creepy art. I think they're doing emotes. I think they're doing an emote thing for people. She is an artist. She is a streamer. She is also a ping tuber. But you can see her doing the art in real time. She's got a camera on her screen, and then she's got the screen being captured as well. So you can go and hang out there. We're going to go and raid It's a Mia Pistola. I always like to say it with an Italian accent, but she is definitely not Italian. So thank you guys so much for being here. Again, I will be back on Monday for Off the Pod with Bentley. I will also be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to try again on the scary video game stream. We'll cross our fingers and see what kind of scary video games we can get and get our hands on, because last week it was so bad, the game was so horrible that I deleted the video on demand, and it will not ever be seen again because the games that I played were so horseshit. So with that being said, guys, we're going to give it another shot tomorrow. Of course, we got Bentley's birthday stream this weekend. For community night on Sunday, I think they're going to be doing a community scary horror-y type game as well. I think they might be playing like Demonologist and some of that kind of games. That's like a community group team effort, similar to like the Phasmophobia and whatnot. So make sure to go and join Bentley for the birthday stream this Sunday over there at Bentley 13. With that being said, we are rating out. You can use my rating emotes, your rating emotes, BlindGm's rating emotes, anybody's rating emotes. We don't care. Just go over there, say hello, and enjoy the stream with It's a Mia Pistola. And keep an eye on her and make sure that you know, make sure you know what she's doing for art, because you never know. You never know. If you want your own emotes, she can do them for you. So thank you guys so much for being here. Take care and good night.